Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butz Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butz Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make the difference. The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group, Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, zero transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Yes. Ready to rock and ready to roll on a beautiful Monday. Hope you all are doing well. On a Monday, hope you had a great weekend. It was a fantastic weekend in a lot of ways, and a lot of things going on in the world of sports, man. It was a fun weekend, I got to say. Watching basketball, ladies, Katie Meyer, terrific run, unfortunately ends in the second round, and the Canes men's, well, they advance to the Sweet 16, which is pretty sweet to be in the Sweet 16. So we'll talk about that. The Panthers acquire players left and right. The NFL has made its news, obviously, with the trade for Deshaun Watson to Cleveland for a world of stuff, and we'll get into that trade. Obviously, Bengals end up getting Lael Collins, and I know Dolphin fans were a little worried about that. Teron Armstead is visiting the Miami Dolphins today. Will he leave Miami without a contract, or will Miami make sure that he stays with a contract? That's the question, and we're going to find out this afternoon what happens with Teron Armstead and his visit with the Miami Dolphins. I think this is the guy that's been their target the entire time. I don't believe it was Lael Collins. I don't believe Trent that just is re-signing with the Patriots. I believe this was their target all along. And while his injury history scares the hell out of me. You cannot deny the talent. So if somehow or another you can keep him healthy, you're going to have one hell of a player if they're able to sign him. I think the Dolphins have a really good chance to sign him. So we'll talk about Teron Armstead. Dolphins also make another signing over the weekend. The Heat get ready for the Sixers tonight. The Panthers are off all the way till Thursday, man. We got a lot of things to talk about. We got our KSDT Sports Business Minute, really interesting story, as always, in our KSDT Sports Business Minute. And then, of course, some other things that we've got in basketball. Ira Winderman is set to join us at 10 o'clock. That's why we started a little earlier. Normally, Ira will join us at 10:30, but because of the Heat schedule, we had to move Ira up a little bit. So I figured I'd come on a little earlier and start warming up the seat before we get Ira at 10. I don't necessarily like starting the show with an interview. I kind of like opening up the show, saying hi to everybody, talking about what's going on today, which it's Ira at 10, Alan Poupar at 11:30. So after Ira, we'll have a nice window to talk about a lot of things in the world of sports. We will have, Marcel Louis-Jacques. We're going to move him up, actually. My bad. After Ira, we will have Marcel Louis-Jacques at 11. So it'll give us about a half hour, 40-minute window to get over some of the things that we want to talk about. Then we'll talk to Marcel Louis-Jacques. At 11:30, Alan Poupar will step in. And then at 12:30, Joe Shad with the American Dream Lending.com Miami Dolphins report. So we'll do all of those things over the next couple of hours. We got a lot of things to talk about, obviously, on the show. Remember, you can get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's the way you can get in on the program. That's 855-912-1056 on the Welt and Rayom text line if you want to get in on the show. All right. So first of all, let me get into a little bit of the Deshaun Watson talk, okay? Because over the weekend, it was finally done. He was traded to the Cleveland Browns for a boatload of picks and all that stuff, whatever. They gave him a $230 million guaranteed deal. Obviously, that's somewhere where the Saints and the Falcons, they weren't willing to go to that stratosphere. Most teams aren't willing to go to that stratosphere. And look, the Browns have been an incredibly stupid franchise for over half a century. Okay? I mean, this is nothing new. This franchise has been a clown show forever. They're owned by a clown. Now, I will say this. Over the last few years, they have amassed a pretty good group of players, like a talent. Okay, that's why they passed on Baker Mayfield. Listen, I ask of this for Tua. This is all I ask for. Give him an offensive line, give him a running game, and give him decent coaching. Let's see what he can do. I know he's going to be a winner. I know he's going to kick ass. But for you doubters out there, I just want that. Well, Baker has that. He has a great line. He has the best running game in the NFL. Can't get it done. His team has been a monster running the ball the last couple of years. I mean, they can run the ball on anyone. So you should be able, if you're a good quarterback, you got that kind of running game, you need to be a difference maker. Like Ryan Tannehill isn't. Like Baker Mayfield hasn't been. And so that's why they said, we got to move on. And they took this chance. And look, I know he's got the 22 civil lawsuits, and I don't know where that's going to lead. And I'm not smart enough on the legal side of all of this. He's probably going to face a suspension this year. So this season is probably going to be really tough for Cleveland to overcome, even because let's say he's suspended. He's probably going to get suspended at least for 6 games. So in those 6 games, they've got to somehow survive those 6 games and then get him back. And then you got to hope that everything goes well. Okay. And he's had his share of injuries too, by the way. Watson has not been Mr. Durable either. He's had a few injuries. So I don't know about this year, but it definitely sets them up for the following season when you have them for the whole season, and then we'll see what ends up happening. And we'll see if all the ducks align or the stars or whatever, and this craziness works out. But in pro football, to give somebody a $230 million fully guaranteed deal, when in football you are one hit away from your career ending. It's in basketball, yeah, you can suffer an injury, but it's not a contact sport where you could end up really just, it's over. Basketball, you'll be able to rehab and come back and those guys, but in football, it's a game of where you get hit a lot. And really risky. It's risky just on a regular player. On an idiot like Deshaun Watson, we're remember, Deshaun Watson is obviously not a bright individual. Whatever you want to say about Deshaun Watson, he's not a smart guy. He might be a great football player. He might be a great quarterback. He might understand stuff that's going on the field and decipher it. But in life, he's mofo stupid. Okay? Mofo stupid. When you do the things he did, you are catastrophically stupid. Okay? Now, you're not just dumb. You're a stupid ass mofo. Let's just get that straight now. All right? Deshaun Watson, not a bright individual, an incredibly stupid man. So you're giving an incredibly stupid man $230 million no matter what. Comes from an incredibly stupid organization. So really, it's apropos. The Browns kind of deserve what they get in this whole thing. If they end up getting a title, well, then, karma's kind of twisted in all of this. Because I don't care what anybody tells me. That many women involved, something happened. Something disturbing happened. And it happened several times. And just like Ben Roethlisberger and others, he's going to get away with it. Because unfortunately, if you don't have video, if you don't have physical evidence, he said, she said, or in the Dolphins case, he said, none of that ever flies. You gotta have evidence. And maybe for Deshaun Watson's case, he might be lucky that they don't have physical evidence. I'm just saying, might just be lucky that they don't have physical evidence. But you got to be incredibly stupid and desperate to give somebody $230 million. And you've got to be out of your mind to give it to Deshaun Watson, because that guy has zero common sense. All right? Zero. Anybody in his position, man, you needed a massage with a happy ending. You could have done it the right way with a professional where nobody gets in trouble. Everybody gets paid. Everybody knows what they're there for, and you move on. The fact that you're that stupid and you're this person, and it's kind of like the Robert Kraft thing. Another incredibly stupid individual. I don't care what Robert Kraft is as a billionaire and a businessman. He's a dumbass. You're going to walk in, you're a billionaire, and you're walking into an Asian day spa. You're a dumbass. But then again, that's Robert Kraft, who 2 years after his wife died, he's I don't know if he was half drunk or what, and he's kind of flirting with a 21-year-old girl on, some video, and he's caught, it's like, you could tell that dude thinks more with his pecker than his head. Or shall I say his pecker than his brain, just so we don't get things mixed up. So this is an incredibly stupid-ass move by the Cleveland Browns. But this is the bed they want to make. This is the disgusting bed that you're going to lie in. And we'll see how it pays off. We'll see if if putting all your eggs in a scumbag's bucket pays off for you. All right? We'll find out. We'll find out. That's the bottom line. Anyway, 855-912-1056. I'm glad that the Dolphins didn't make the move, because then I didn't have to unleash and unload on the entire Dolphin organization for being despicable and signing that thing to a contract. So I'm glad that they didn't do it. I get some of you out there, you're Neanderthals, and you don't really care about human beings, and you'll cheer on Ray Rice because, if he can score a touchdown for you, and you don't care if Leonard Little killed a woman, he can get a sack or a tackle for you, or if Deshaun Watson actually raped anybody, as long as he wins for you. I get that there's a level of football fans that have no scruples, because that's what this sport is about. That's why owners look the other way to the Ben Roethlisbergers of the world and the Ray Rices of the world and the Deshaun Watsons of the world. And this is why they'll allow Brent something, whatever, the defensive lineman that kills his teammate with the Cowboys, and then the next week is, standing on the sidelines on Monday Night Football like it's nothing. DUI, I killed my teammate. No problem. You're on the sidelines. Let's go. It's the same league. You know what I mean? So I get it. The league thinks this way. It breeds its fans this way. So there's a level of fans that they don't care either. They don't care how disgusting or vile the human being is. They don't care in Pittsburgh if Ben Roethlisberger really raped a woman in a bathroom. He won us a couple titles. That's all we ever care about. You know what I mean? It's, whatever. Oh, you couldn't prove it. Too bad. That's welcome to the NFL. And so it breeds that. That's what you end up getting. You know what I'm saying? That's the sad part, but that's what we get from all of this. So we will see how that one develops. Karma's an interesting thing. I'm a strong believer of karma. More often than not, it works. It's eventual magic. You put out enough bad karma, you're going to get bad karma in return. You put enough good karma out, you will get it in return. I truly believe that. That's how life usually ends up working out. So we will see how karma works for the NFL and the Browns in this move with Deshaun Watson, because it smells on every level possible. All right, let's get into a little basketball. Let's get into it with Ira Winderman and our Acura Pembroke Pines Miami Heat and NBA report. Take off those glasses.
Heat fans, time for the best insight of your favorite team with insider Ira Winderman, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. It's the Acura of Pembroke Pines Miami Heat and NBA report. Here's Ira Winderman.
No fancy intro?
No, well, yeah, there was an intro. Well, you didn't see the intro?
I didn't see the intro, no, though. But
are you delayed on your YouTube or something? Is that what it is?
I don't know that. So you know what? Just to cover our bases, I am glad to be here for the Acura of Pembroke Pines report twice weekly, only sad. On the Big O Radio extravaganza.
How dare you say we don't have your intro? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? No. You're like the first person I've called for each of these projects that we put together.
I know it, and you've ingrained. You know what? I got to tell people a little inside story here. So this is the deal. Big O not only wants me on, but has twice asked me, because of my well-shaven forehead and head, to get a tattoo of the sponsors.
Yes,
now I almost did that. I almost did that for the sponsor of our weekly Wednesday morning show. I'm glad I didn't. I would have had to get that thing lasered off with the new one, with the good folks at Sloman's Home Security.
The Acura's been with me 12 years. So
absolutely. The Acura's been with me for a while, so I am absolutely good on there.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Acura's been with you now for 2 years, actually. It's almost 2 years now for you and Acura.
And I got to tell you, just being on your other shows and how you've had that relationship for years, dealing with them also.
Yes. Yes, they're great people, man. They are just absolutely great people and very supportive of what we're doing. And that's actually been the beautiful part about all of this as it's growing, Ira. A lot of the sponsors they want this to grow. Because there's nothing like this in South Florida. They can't get anything like this in South Florida. So, by the way, before I get into the heat,
Sure.
did the Warriors have their window? And if you're a Warriors fan, enjoy what happened with KD and company and Clay and all that, because it's just trauma and injury and one after another. And now it's Steph, and he's out for several weeks. And I read this morning where he's like talking about like the injury, where it's at, and how they have to take it easy because of where it's at and under the bone or all this. I forgot what it was that he was explaining. I'm kind of paraphrasing in a crazy way, but it shows you how much you have to appreciate as a fan, whether it's the big three, whether it's the small window we had with Shaq and Wade, all these kind of things, because you never know when it ends.
Right.
And as much as you try to keep it alive, sometimes you've got Tim Hardaway breaking down with his Achilles at the end of every season, frustrating you. And this is what it reminds me of Riley with the frustrations of you trade for Dan Marley, the back goes out, the kidney ailment, the Tim Hardaway Achilles, all this kind of shit that happened to Riley that he just couldn't get over the hump because of all these bad breaks from Allen Houston to everything else that went on. And I almost get that sense with the Warriors now. Is he delayed? Is he hearing me?
I am. I seem to have cut out here. I hope my internet is good enough. Am I back here, Big O?
Okay. That's what it was. See, that's your internet cut your open out. You see?
All right.
You better call your internet company. They took away your open, not us.
So I'm good here. Text me if I need to go on the phone line. I can understand. These hotel internets, as you know, can be a little shaky. You know what, Big O? It's always about injuries in the playoffs. Think about Chris Paul's career. Think about how close he has been, and then there have been constant injuries just when you think you're there. Boom, you wind up not being there. So here's the interesting part. Are the Heat better positioned this year because they're an ensemble team? Because there's so many contributors that there's no one piece that is the it piece. There's no Steph Curry here. There's no Jokic. There's no particular player. Or to be honest with you, and let's be honest here, Big O, for a second, okay? Are they winning if Jimmy's not there? Are they winning if Kyle's not there? Are they winning if Bam is not there?
Not everything, no.
So you wind up in a position where it's the same for every team in the NBA. If your main guys aren't there, the playoffs are so debilitating. The playoffs are so grueling that you need to get through the grind. Look, Heat fan needs to know nothing more than this. 2020 NBA Finals. You could talk about bubble ball. You could talk about whether you deserve to be there. They were right there with the Lakers. Goran Dragic's foot. Bam Adebayo gets injured. It changes everything. And they still made it to 6 games. Everyone, the Lakers dominated the 2020 Finals. The Heat were a joke. No, they were one victory away from forcing a Game 7. You had Goran Dragic coming back in Game 6 on half a foot. You need to get healthy to the finish line, which is why games like tonight in Philadelphia, where Jimmy is questionable. I can't tell people how many times Big O has told me, either on our Accurate Pembroke Pines reports or when we do our lead-in for our Sloman's Home Security Show hour every Wednesday at 9, he talks about rest the players. It's like, fans, I know you go to Heat games at FTX Arena, you want to see everyone, but you got the Big O over there telling everyone, sit guys until they're ready. And that's the thing.
Maybe Pops was on to something, dude.
Yeah, when you have a 35-year-old starting point guard and a 36-year-old starting power forward, you've got to be ready for the playoffs. And you have to take care of business in the playoffs, Big O, for this reason. You can wind up with a week off between series. If you handle your business, you're going to rest your players also. So it makes sense. 1, be healthy. 2, be efficient. You keep playing those 7-game series, all of a sudden it becomes more than a battle of attrition. I do agree with that, Big O.
I'm with you there. By the way, I was looking at the matchup tonight. This is interesting. Miami is 21-15 on the road, and the Sixers are 20-16 at home, actually. So Miami is better. But listening to Spo talk about Caleb and talking about him being, the jackknife, the jack of all trades and all that. Well, these are the down the stretch here. Here's where you got to use the jack of all trades a little bit more instead of, that question you guys had last week on the thing. Should you pace, Jimmy from here on out to kind of save him, overall? I think you got to start trying to do that if you can, down the stretch.
But Big O,
by the way, it's not like you really desperately need the number 1 seed anyway.
What about continuity, though? Is there a point, Big O, that you would like to see Butler and Lowry and Adebayo and Herro together for more than 100 total minutes going into the playoffs? You know what? Spoelstra always tells us the same thing. These guys are veterans. They know how to do it. Kyle's won a championship. PJ's won a championship. Marquise won a championship. You've got other guys like Bam who have been to the finals with Duncan Robinson. So it's a matter of you're weighing continuity against your weighing rest. And you have to find a middle ground there also. So I think it's interesting from Eric Spoelstra, but tonight's going to be interesting here in Philly. The Sixers played last night and lost at home to the Toronto Raptors. James Harden said he's in. However, Joel Embiid, who's had knee issues and has been listed as questionable, had to go to the dentist after the game. Anyone who's gone to the dentist knows they might not be feeling so good the next day. So I think tonight will be interesting. I think that there's almost a sort of jab and bob and weave going on with these teams. Like they don't want to show their cards before the playoffs. Like Eric Spoelstra doesn't want to show what he's going to do against Embiid. Doc Rivers doesn't want to show what he's going to do with Harden and Embiid against the Heat. So it's going to be a little push-pull. You have this game tonight. Next Wednesday, you're in Boston. Do the Celtics show their hand? That Saturday, you're in Chicago. Do the Bulls show their hand? There's a lot of painting and dodging.
Wait a minute. Here's the problem I have with all of this, except for the Bulls. Okay, but here's the problem I have all of it. You just got Harden. What the hell would you know what to display and show or what? And if you're the Heat, you don't have the damn lineup ever healthy. What the hell would you know what to show or not to show? You know what I'm saying? So,
and remember,
it's not like you've been working with both lineups fully healthy all year, and you've been able to work on things behind the scenes, this and that. Nobody's ever healthy. They never have the whole damn team. And the Sixers just traded for this dude.
Right.
So there's nothing to display right now.
And you have a full week off before the playoffs because you're not going to be in the play and you're going to have a full week off. Oh, this is something I wrote in my Ask Ira at Sentinel.com. You and I have debated this. I don't think anyone else wants the first seed. I think there's a lot of teams scared about the Brooklyn Nets looming at number 7 or 8 who would rather get into that sweet spotted number 3, play the Cavaliers or the Bulls in the first round, not have to knock themselves out. But it's really curious, my friend. Giannis doesn't play against the Timberwolves on Saturday. The Bucks get blown out. Tonight, we have a situation Embiid might not play against the Heat. The 76ers taking the low ground. We know the Heat have a pride that they want to win every game. They want to be number 1. They want to put up another banner for a division championship they already have. Now a conference championship, a number 1 seed. But I'm telling you, I just get this sense, and I might be wrong, and I'm sure Doc Rivers and Mike Budenholzer and Eric Spoelstra will deny it. I think these teams are sort of saying number 1 is not all that it's built up to be. Now, you might say, Big O, in your sort of Latino bravado way, machismo way, that you don't dodge challenges, that you come in like a man and you take on all comers. And I understand that. I understand what you did against.
You take on full radio stations. You have to, too.
Right. I've always told people you're the Kimbo Slice of local radio, and you meet Big O in his backyard.
By the way, you knock out local radio stations too on top of all of that. Okay, so just in case
I'll try to be
and by the way, Ira, let me correct you on something.
Sure.
Most of the Eastern Conference might be afraid of the Nets,
okay,
but the Miami Heat are not
afraid of no one. Afraid of no one. And matter of fact, Big O, I want to touch on another thing with you because this just broke just before I came on the air. I don't know if you saw it from your good friend Shams Charania. He just posted a story saying that the Heat could be considered front runners for Bradley Beal if he elects to go into free agency this offseason, which I thought was.
So the Lightning did it first last year. The Panthers are doing it now. And we get to do it in the NBA? Is that who are we putting on to hide the salary so that we can bring it back? What are we doing here?
Well, it wouldn't be for the playoffs. It would be for the offseason. But the thing
by the way, Ira, we lost about 80% of the audience on that one because they may not know what the hell we're talking about.
Exactly. But you know what? And that's just a matter of last year before the playoffs. All of a sudden, the Tampa Bay Lightning said, you know what? The salary cap doesn't count in the playoffs. We can't do that in the NBA. This is Shams' offseason story, but he's starting to titillate a little bit because it's what he does. But you know what, folks? And again, you really should tune in twice a week for this because Big O has given you his effusive opinion on this. I will ask again. I guarantee you know what the answer is. Orlando Alzagari of the Orlando Alzagari Show. Would you trade Tyler Herro for Bradley Beal?
No.
Right.
No.
And I don't see another trade that would entice Washington. You know what? Oh, for a second, I want you to play the role of Tom. I want you to play the role of Tommy Shepard, general manager of the Washington Wizards. You look at this Heat roster. You know that Jimmy Butler's off the table, Bam Adebayo's off the table, Kyle Lowry's off the table, and you just put Tyler Herro off the table. Is there anything on this roster that you could justify to your Washington Wizards fan base in a sign-and trade to bring back from the Heat?
No, there isn't. I could come up. Look, I could be Joe Fan from Hollywood if you want. Hey, Ira, why don't we just trade two first rounders, Caleb Martin
and Duncan,
and that Gray kid, that Jeff kid, that one with the long hair off the bench. Yeah, throw him in there. That's a great trade. That's it. That's.
So that's why I'm curious. Shams put that out this morning. Obviously, where the smoke, there could be fire. As you know, you're a big fan of Shams. He definitely can stay ahead of the curve at times. But one, I thought that's interesting. But I can imagine, Big O, if you're Eric Spoelstra, to see that kind of distraction at this kind of moment. And that's what separates the Heat. They're playing to win. They live in the moment. But other teams are out of the playoffs. They have to create some buzz. The Wizards are going nowhere. So what's going to happen with them? So Bradley Beal is going nowhere, God bless him. He's creating some buzz. So these stories will pop up. Eric Spoelstra will just shake his head. But it's interesting. It's playoff time and it's silly season time also.
But what I love about this is if you're Tyler Herro, you're going, well, wait a minute. Last year when I was in my funk and my haze and my Taco Tuesdays and my beautiful wife and all that stuff, they didn't trade me. And they had a shot to trade me.
Right.
Now that I'm starring, there's no way they're trading me now. And so I think Tyler can feel secure about those kind of rumors. He doesn't have to pay attention to them. And if he dealt with them last year, where he's at right now mentally and professionally, he's in a much better place to deal with it because he's going to say, don't matter. I'm getting paid one way or another.
Right.
So that's what he should be thinking.
You do get traded
because he has put himself in that position.
Well, so there's two questions. There's two questions I have for you. You do get traded when your value is highest because you get the highest return. So you have to look at two things in particular. Does Tyler Herro have a continued upside? Will Tyler Herro grow as a player going forward, or is this as good as he's going to be? That's what you have to decide. You have to decide, is this the best version of Tyler, or is there more to come? You trade a player when you believe you have his best version and you believe he's maxed out. That's what the Heat will have to consider to a degree. But also, there's not the desperation to get a creative scorer because the Heat have a creative scorer.
So let me ask you something. How are you looking at it? Has he reached, do you think he's reached this peak, or is there more for Tyler Herro?
I want to see more on the defensive end. I want to see, you and I always talk about this. If you're a great scorer, all you have to be is an average defender. So what we have to decide, can Tyler Herro become an average defender? We know opponents are picking relentlessly on Duncan Robinson. If they're picking relentlessly at the end of games, when the games mean more with Tyler Herro, that's a concern. So he went into the laboratory this summer. He added bulk. He worked on his offensive game. He worked off the dribble. Perfect. If he does that this summer defensively with some sort of defensive skills guru and grows that, then I feel a lot more comfortable.
How old is Bradley Beal? I'm trying to look it up here.
I think it's just about 31, 32. I'd say 30, maybe 30.
Okay, because see, that's the other thing. He's 28, actually.
Okay, so now you do have some youth on your side because remember, it would be a 5-year contract. So you're paying him through 33.
He'll be 29 in June 28th.
Okay, so you'll pay him through he's 34.
Yeah, so that's the only thing that I was going to tell you is I like my young guys.
That doesn't sound right.
I love watching Wade grow up. I love watching Zach and Jason Taylor grow up. And so if you give me Tyler and Bam growing up together, and then now maybe we're adding Caleb to the mix as a kid that I think has a real long-term future here.
Right.
I kind of like that, you know what I mean? Instead of we have a couple of old guys already, we're going to add another old guy. Right now he's in his prime, But in 2 years, then we start looking at him like an old guy again. Whereas Tyler's still super young. Bam is still young. Caleb is still young. We have some guys that they can build on to the future. I'd almost rather let those big contracts time out, so then more cap space opens.
Yes, and Tyler will remain on a rookie
young
scale contract next year at
Right.
$6 million. We talked about this on our Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show last Wednesday.
It's a
Then
cycle.
all of a sudden, Kyle is out of his contract. Tyler moves into that. You bring in Bradley Beal at $30 million for next season. You're paying that money to Jimmy. You're paying that money to Kyle. You're paying that money to Bam. You're paying at least half that money to Duncan if he's still here. That becomes problematic from a tax standpoint. You're going to have to fill a lot more cruise line cabins to make that work.
Yeah. Well, the cruise line thing ain't a problem for him now that we're past the pandemic. But overall. All right. What do we know about Jimmy and his injury for tonight?
You know, again, I think this is a day-to-day. Jimmy was on the bench against Oklahoma City, moving fine. It's a matter of, is there another day or two that gets him right? This is my thought, Big O. It's been 5 days now they gave him off. He played in Detroit until the second half of that game. So we got last Wednesday and last Thursday off. He skipped Friday's game, got Saturday and Sunday. If Jimmy Butler's nagging ankle isn't okay after 5 full days off, then we've got a problem anyway. And Jimmy not only hates the Sixers, but he loves making points against his former teams where it didn't work out. So you know Jimmy has targeted the Sixers, has targeted the Bulls game. I think Jimmy wants to come out and remind the Sixers fans of what they didn't have and how they had to make the desperation move for James Harden because they had their closer and they let their closer go. I think Jimmy very much wants to play in tonight's game.
And by the way, he hates the Sixers except for Embiid.
Yes.
Because you can tell he has love for him.
Yes.
Because hell, even in that even in the last matchup where Embiid fouled him pretty hard and it was accidentally, and Embiid immediately went to apologize.
To midcourt and they shook hands and wasn't
Jimmy,
a flagrant.
Jimmy was super cool with it, that he vibes well with him, that he understood that it was a mistake and all that. Because if not, Jimmy would have had a little bit more of an edge in that situation, and he didn't. And so you could tell that he may hate the Sixers, but Embiid, he has a little special place in his heart.
He respects the work ethic and the skill, absolutely. So it'll be interesting to see if Joel plays tonight.
And Caleb, full go. I know.
Yeah, I just posted my story at thesunsentinel.com. And just, you talk about load management. And it's almost been a load for this team's management to try to get the guy off the court. He just loves to play so much. So I think if Caleb can, he will, because that's who he is.
Right. I just want to make sure they take care of the kid, because that way we can use him for the playoffs in the future, man, because he is good. You always worry about injuries and then players overcompensating for one injury, then creating
he's
others.
Tough and he's young. I think he'll be fine.
Yeah. All right. Follow him on Twitter at Ira Heapy. Catch his work there at the South Florida Sun Sentinel. Ira, as always, thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. We'll catch you on Wednesday.
So now, do I get accurate tattooed on this way so if the camera knows it the right way?
No,
or
the big
other
A.
way?
No, you got to get the whole logo, the whole A. The A and then the circle, So, yeah, that way it really
All
looks
right. I'll
good
start with the henna tattoo for Friday's appearance, and we'll go from there. Thanks, Big O.
All right, there you go. Ira Winderman and our accurate Pembroke Pines Miami Heat report.
You've been listening to the Acura of Pembroke Pines Miami Heat and NBA report with Ira Winderman. When you're looking for award-winning service and great deals from the #1 volume Acura sales dealership in the Southeast United States, you go to Craig's Inn Acura of Pembroke Pines at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
All right. Big O, I love you, but you like to judge who is a human and who is not. You're not God. Everything is so personal to you, sad. Well, you mean assaulting women? You don't take that personal, my brother? And judge what, man? I'm 55. Never had to hit women. Never had to sexually assault them. I don't know, bro. I'm way older than Deshaun Watson. Hasn't been a problem for me in my life. What's there to judge, my brother? I don't get it. I love when people throw that shit at me. I don't know. Did you have problems, PSJ? You got some criminal issues, man? Is that the deal? Well, what's up? You good, bro? What am I judging, my brother? Am I misjudging Russell Wilson or somebody decent? I must have missed it. What am I misjudging, my man? I love that. I've gotten this over the years from people when I pick on some of these idiots. Oh, what makes you so perfect? No, I'm not perfect. I make a lot of mistakes. I just don't kill people or rape people or assault people or hold up banks or drive 130 miles in residential zones and light people up on fire and their dogs. I also don't fight dogs or electrocute them. I don't beat my wife and spit on her and drag her out of an elevator. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry if I judge those things, my friend. I'm sorry if I judge Watson or Robert Kraft. I'm sorry about that, my brother. But, I'm 55. I haven't had any problems staying away from those kind of issues. I might come late to a party, a meeting, maybe the show. Maybe I forgot something. It's pretty easy to not be a criminal, my man. It's pretty easy. It's pretty easy not to, commit aggravated assault. It's pretty easy not to rape somebody. It's pretty easy not to carry guns and shoot somebody. It's pretty easy not to drive 120 miles an hour down a residential area and kill someone and their dog. I'm sorry. What am I judging? Huh, my man? What am I judging? It's really amazing. David says, what do you think about the Hurricanes' performance last night? Charlie Moore was looking more like Kyle Lowry out there. And that dunk, the dunk by Wong, that was awesome. By the way, I don't know who wrote it on Channel 6 last night, okay? Ruthie and the new young lady that is with her. By the way, they do a nice job. They're a nice combination. The new girl, I forgot her name, and I'm sorry, but she's polished, and she sounds good. She flows well. But they had a line on that dunk that the defender was on the Wong side of it, and that was a good line. I don't know if she wrote it. I don't know if one of the producers at NBC6 wrote it, so I don't know who to give credit to. But overall, I got to just say to the folks at NBC6, that was whoever wrote that line, that was a nice line. And Ruthie, your partner, you guys make a really nice combo there on Sunday night. The Canes were awesome. As Larinaga would say, he's their Chris Paul. Almost had a triple-double last night. 15 points, 9 rebounds, 8 assists, and 3 steals. By the way, got to mention the 3 steals. McGusty had 20. Wong had 21, including that amazing dunk. That was nasty. You know what was amazing about that game last night? The Canes had 4 points on the bench. Auburn had 28. I mean, they won basically off their starters. It was their starters that ended up winning that game. 4 points off the Canes bench. They didn't shoot well from three-point range, and they didn't get any help from the bench. Now, they won that game because they were relentless. They were relentless. Okay? They made sure those big-ass dudes did not dominate the boards. They made sure they did not get a bunch of second-chance shots. They made sure they attacked the rim like crazy. Impressive as hell. The defensive effort, the hands were there all the time, going for loose balls, knocking balls down. Their defense was awesome. And especially whenever they went around the paint, the Canes were right there, dude. That's why they won that game yesterday. That attitude that they brought to the table to fight on defense, loose balls, rebounds. That's what won. Yeah, they hit big shots. They hit some three-pointers from Coral Gables. Okay. All right. All right. They shot some long-distance bombs. I'll give them credit. But, man, they were relentless. That's the word I would use to describe the Miami Hurricanes last night. relentless. They weren't going to be denied. I was really, really proud. I didn't think they would get through this round. I had them winning the first one. I didn't think that they would win this one. And somehow or another, they got it done, man. Impressive. So impressive. I mean, Jim Larrañaga is the best basketball coach this school has ever had. Jim Larrañaga is one of the best coaches in college basketball. If he was in a school that was, not nowadays, but a few years back, that was constantly getting McDonald's All-Americans like Kentucky and North Carolina and Duke, he would have a bunch of titles. He can coach with anyone that's ever coached this game. Jim Larrañaga is a great, 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 great coach, dude. He's a gem, man. Not only is he a great human being and an incredible father figure for these kids and a great influence for these young men, but he's a great freaking coach, man. And he proves it all the time. Gotta love what he does. Yeah, it's just a lot of fun, okay? And for me, and listen, I'm not the biggest college basketball fan anymore. I've lost my love for college basketball. The tournament I watch, regular season, it just does nothing for me. When you've lived the 80s and the 90s, this is nothing for you. When you've lived college basketball with real stars, this will never impress you, ever. There's nothing about college basketball nowadays that impresses me. But it's fun. It's fun. It's fun to watch. It's fun to watch the kids. It's fun to watch the tournament. All of that. Is the level of play 8 notches down? Yeah, it's 8 notches down. I'm sorry. I'm not watching Patrick Ewing against Ronnie Cycli, dude. I'm not watching UNLV against Duke. I'm not watching Larry Johnson and company against Christian Laettner and company. Get the hell out of here. But it's fun. It's fun. Hunter Butler, thank you, my brother. A little love on the super chat. How about them Canes? Dade Boy Killa 24 says, love your show, Big O. What do you think about getting F. Armstead and the center from the Browns? Would they solidify our line? They're not going to get both. I think they'll get Armstead. I doubt they're going to get J.C. Trotter, too. I just wanted 2 linemen. 3's too much. They're not. It's just not realistic money-wise. So I just want 2 linemen. I think they can fix the rest. I don't believe all the linemen are that bad, my brother. That's why. Would solidify our line. And people are too soft now and nowadays and get in their feelings. Keep being you and go Canes. Oh, trust me. I've been at this for 32 years. This is who I've been from day one. I'm not changing. Never. Okay? Never. That you can bank on, my man. All right? When I started in 1991, this is who I was. And this, in my 32nd year, this is who I'm still going to be. And I'm not going to change because some guy gets butthurt because I'm judging losers. Okay? Or criminals. I always love it. I remember one time I was picking on Kuchenberg. I know, rest in peace, all that stuff. I get it. But he had like 3 DUIs. For me, Bob Kuchenberg, I lost respect for Bob Kuchenberg a long time ago. But again, the Neanderthal way of football, because we admire him as a player, so we overlook everything else. Man, I know he's passed away, but this was when he was alive. I wasn't a fan of his. How am I going to be a fan of anybody that's driving around our town as a loaded weapon? Because if that guy had 3 DUIs, how many times do you think he was drunk behind the wheel? So no, I'm not going to change. And by the way, I'm 55. I get, not that I condone it, and it's never happened to me, but it could happen to me. It could happen to anybody. One accidental DUI, you had an extra drink or 2, you're not really that toasted or anything, and you get busted. It happens. A mistake, I never, but 3? The 3's not a mistake, my brother. Okay? So it's not a matter, man, it's not a matter of judging or anything. It's a matter of standards. And we need to hold people to standards. And that's the problem in our society overall. We allow people to get away with too much stuff. We give people too many breaks. That's the problem in that's why we're so soft as a society. That's why our millennials and our Generation Zs are a disaster. These last two generations, oh my God. I've never seen a softer group of individuals in my life than the last two generations we pumped out. So I'm not going to change my ways, man. This is who I've been from day one. Try not to be a criminal. Maybe we won't, pick on you. Maybe we won't judge you. The only thing about the Marlins, I don't know what the hell's that. I don't even know why that is. 0313, the Finns should be fun to watch this coming season. Lots of players that can run, catch, and throw. Looking forward to some creative play calling. I'm with you. I just want to get this one guy. Armstead still scares me because of the injury history that he has. That bothers me, obviously. But he's a monster player. And you hope that somehow he can stay somewhat healthy here and help this team advance. Because I believe if you get Armstead, I think all of a sudden the line really starts to level off a little bit. I really believe that because all of a sudden now you have Armstead at tackle and you'll move Eichenberg, who's been I don't know what radio show's been telling you since last year that Eichenberg's a right tackle. I don't know. I don't know who it was, but whatever. So Eichenberg go to right tackle. You'll put Armstead left tackle, Hunt's your right guard, and then the new kid is your left guard, and then you've got Dieter at center. And all of a sudden now Dieter will be a better player because everybody around him will be better. And if you can make a move, and if Dieter can improve, great. And then next year you make a move for a center. Or, by the way, they could draft a kid from Boston College at 29 and move him to center. That might be the plan all along. It might be Armstead at tackle, right? Then you get the Dallas kid, Williams, at guard, and then you draft the Boston College guard and move him to center. That's where he's going to go in the 20s to early 30s, where Miami picks. So maybe that's the plan all along, that they get their guard, they get their tackle in free agency, and they get their center in the draft, and then they move on. And the rest of the guys are either your right tackle, your right tackle, and your right guard, two of your draft picks, and the other guys are key backups. And by the way, you're going to need a swing tackle. Teron Armstead is injury prone. So that's the one thing that if you do sign Teron Armstead, you're going to need a swing tackle. Okay? I hate to say this, but Armstead never plays a whole season. I hope he all of a sudden develops the what's it called? The durability he did not have in New Orleans. I hope he does that. But you've got to have some kind of a swing tackle to get by. So I don't know what they're going to do. I don't even know. Is Greg Little still on the roster? But yeah, they're going to have like a couple of guys battle for that swing tackle. Yeah, I know. Jesse Davis. I know. But Jackson, Jesse Davis, I don't even know if Greg Little's still here or not. Whatever. All those guys that they have, Larnell Coleman or whatever, whoever they've got back there, they're going to have like 8 guys battling for that backup swing tackle spot. It's basically what's going to end up happening. So maybe that's the thing. They get Armstead, let's hope, and then they draft a kid from Boston College and move him to center. That's it. Let's see. JP on Sports says, there was a guy I was friends with since high school. He told me he was drunk and getting ready to drive home. I told him if he left that bar in his vehicle, I was done with him. He did. There you go. I keep hearing Ron G says how great of a teammate and leader Armstead is. Would be great to get the vet and have him teach the young guys how to be a real bodyguard handling business. That's why you wanted a couple of veterans on this line. I totally agree with you, Ron G. Totally agree with you. Big O, Zion Johnson. Yes, that's the guard. Big O, what about his blind side? I'm really bummed about Leal. I'm not. Leal's a knucklehead, bro. That guy was dodging drug tests. I'm not a fan of that guy giving him money. That's another knuckleheaded franchise giving a knuckleheaded dude. I'm good passing on Leo Collins. I really am. I'm fine. Only tree that survives in a hurricane is a palm. Why? Because they bend and adapt. The rigorous ones that can't change with conditions don't make it. Yeah, that's why I have crypto, because I adjust. That's why I picked up on the internet a long time ago. I adjust. That's why I picked up on social media. We adjust. We adjust to everything. Guess what? Radio's dying. Television's dying. We're on YouTube and podcasting. Guess what? We adjust. Yeah, PSJ, don't worry about that. I don't know anything about adjusting. Talk to the other people that fall by the wayside. They're the ones adjusting, obviously. Me, I don't adjust with anything, bro. Of course not. Yeah, I don't know how to adjust. PSJ, my brother, get your head out of your ass is what you need to do. You're talking to the wrong guy. We have to remember on that right tackle spot, we now have our team that uses a fullback full-time and can make up for the deficiencies. We're going to be all right in the run game. I'm excited. Things are up. There we go. Let's see. What else do we have here? Mr. Spock says, Big O, what are the chances the Finns go with the linebacker with the first pick, especially since that doesn't seem like a position filled with big-name free agent signings? Bobby Wagner would be nice. I think there's a chance, but I think that first pick, I don't think it will be a middle linebacker. A chance, but I don't think so. I would go more with O-line. I would go more with D-line. I would go more wide receiver. Yeah, there's a couple, maybe even running back. I don't know if there's a running back at that spot, but yeah, there's some things that I don't know if middle linebacker would be the one. Let's see. Big O, what are the chances? You think the Dolphins are offering? Oh, what do you think the Dolphins are offering Armstead? I don't know, Michael. A lot of money. What do you want me to tell you? Love all those logos on your screen. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. We love our great sponsors because they're the ones that help us bring this program to you every single day. And by the way, speaking of Nature B, which is a proud sponsor of ours, 27 vitamins and amino acids. We love talking about Nature B. Nature B is for me. I take those 2 golden capsules every day. I tell you about it all the time. You see my code right there. Big O right there. You see, use the code Big O when you check it out. Go to natureb.com. Use my code Big O. You will get free shipping on the pollen. 30-day supply, 60-day supply, 90-day supply, whatever supply you want. And they've got all kinds of other great products from the soaps, which I love the soap, by the way. The wrinkle cream, my wife uses it all the time. The lip balm. I mean, there's all kinds of products. You can check it out. But I love Nature B because it powers me through the day and into the night and boosting my immune system. And that's my favorite part about it. The 28 minerals and powerful antioxidants, the 27 vitamins and amino acids, all of that is just something that boosts my immune system. And this is why I rarely ever have a cold. If you've listened and followed me for a long, long time, Notice, go back and think about it. How many times does he have a cold? It's rare. I get it. I mean, because it's, you're going to get it every once in a blue moon. But in a virus-filled world, okay, whether you are vaccinated or boosted or both or none, you still need a little extra boost and a little extra protection. That's why you should get Nature Bee. Go to the website, naturebee.com. And by the way, it is all natural. Comes from clean green New Zealand, from Mother Nature. My daughter's been taking it since she was a child, so it's great for the kids. It is so good, you can tear up the capsule and have the powder direct. Try doing that with other vitamins, and they will taste like crap. Not Nature Bee. Go to naturebee.com. Use my code Big O. Get free shipping. naturebee.com. All right. Let's see. What else do we have here? By the way, at 11 o'clock, Marcel Louis-Jacques is going to join us here on the program. We'll talk a little Miami Dolphins with the man and our Edge Energy Drink Miami Dolphins report. By the way, myedgedrink.com. Come on, man. Smooth, delicious, zero aftertaste. Zero aftertaste. So check it out. myedgedrink.com is the website. So Marcel Louis-Jacques will be joining us at the top of the hour. Michael Cruz. Oh, I love what the Panthers did at the deadline, signing Giraud, Hag, and Sherrod. Should be favored to win the cup now. Exciting times with this team. Loving it, baby. And listen, the Panthers are off till Thursday, so they get practice time now with Herro and the boys and Hag and everybody else and Sherrod. So this is awesome. So Thursday they'll take on the Canadians on the road. And this is the best part. Last year, a lot of us were kind of frustrated that the Lightning got that salary break with their injury and they loaded up their roster. Well, guess what? The Ekblad injury, again, now gives the Panthers the opportunity to put $7.5 million off the cap. So they get Claude Giroux over the weekend. They picked up Ben Sherrod last week, and they got Robert Hag from Buffalo. So they loaded up on defensemen. You're going to miss Ekblad. I get it, but you're really not going to miss him right now because you picked up some studs, and you picked up some people that are really going to help you out on the defensive side of the ice, okay? So this is awesome. So the $82.5 million cap, they get a break now with that $7.5 million. And guess what? The trading deadline's today at 3 o'clock, and they still have $3.7 million. And so when Ekblad comes back, which will be during the playoffs, right, the beginning of the playoffs, you will now be able to add him back to your team. So they will be super loaded like Tampa Bay was last year. So they were already the best team in the league as it is. Now they got even more loaded. They now have the edge, baby. That's what they have. They have the edge. You get Giroux, you had Hag, and you had Sherrod to this team. I mean, listen, they can score like it's going out of style. So scoring's not a problem. The goaltending has been solid, not great. Not Beezer great. Okay, those of us that are old enough, and we saw the run in the 90s, neither goaltender is playing anywhere near Beezer's level. Let's just be honest. All right, when Beezer was playing, they weren't doing that. I got you that. Huh? So listen, when Beezer was playing, he was dominating. He was on his head. It was sick. It was phenomenal. It was a show of all shows. There have been moments, but nobody on the Panthers has played anywhere near Beezer's level that year. Now, you don't have to, because that Panther team couldn't score with a fistful of dollars in a whorehouse. This Panther team can score blindfolded on your ass 4 goals. So you don't have to be Beezer. Now you add these defenders. Oh, my Lord. So Panthers are on the way to the cup. All right, there we go. I'm not feeling the horn. Is that horn for soccer or hockey? You know, some of you are just terrible. Big O, you need a horn sound for that Tua train. Yeah, we need a train sound then. That's all. We need some kind of a train sound. Or we'll find one. All right. You got any train sound effects there, Sean, for us? So we can get people on the train? But we'll do that. We'll have it ready for the season.
I'll
Yes,
find one.
Sean?
Find one.
You'll find one? Okay. All right. Ricky Lisabeth says, Big O, did you hear of all the rumors that Tom Brady was going to come to Miami and be our quarterback, but Brian Flores messed that up, and we're going to have Tom Brady as our starting quarterback? I don't believe any of that, so I don't know. I don't know what was going to happen, and Flores backing away and all that stuff, and considering the situation that was here with the coaching staff and all of that, you weren't going to win a championship anyways with Brian Flores. His stupid ass couldn't even win a challenge on the field. He couldn't fight. Can you imagine the fighting on offense between Tom Brady and Mr. Control Freak Brian Flores? Come on, dude. There's that that's the thing about fans sometimes. You guys throw this stuff out there, and then you leave out the most important part. Your coach can't develop anything on offense. His offenses suck. He can't find offensive coaches. He does not allow people to actually blossom because he wants to be controlling of everything. You know what Flores reminds me of? It's what he would have done to Dan Marino like Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson came in and was a control freak and took away all the power from Marino. Marino wasn't your problem, dude. You had to fix the line, the running game, and the defense, you idiot. Yeah, Jimmy, you idiot. I love that. Oh, yeah, no, Brady comes here. Of course, to Brian Flores, it would have solved everything. Of course, no, because Brian Flores wasn't a control freak. No, not at all. No, Brian Flores, I could see that he was going to start taking orders from Brady and bring me this player and that player. Oh, yeah, no, of course. No, of course. Yeah. And Gronk really enjoyed those Belichick ways that Flores brings to the table. And let's also not, he was trying to get away from Belichick. So he's going to go to Junior Belichick? Think about that. Just have your mind just run wild a little bit. Just sometimes think for yourselves. Don't just repeat some stupid-ass story that some idiot said somewhere. Well, Tom Brady could have gone to the Dolphins. Well, then let's think about that. Did you think about Brian Flores? Did you think that he's controlling? Did you think that he can't find coaches? Did you think that he was meddling? Did you think that he was Mr. Pain in the Ass Jr. like Belichick? And what did Tom Brady run from? Belichick. What's he going to run to? Flores? How does that all make sense? No, let's just put it in the pipe and smoke it. And that's the way it makes sense. Clase come mierda. Yeah. Wow. Thank you, Abdergede. And if that gentleman that brought that up, if you don't speak Spanish, go rewind it, have it translated to a Latin person so you know what I just said. It's just some of you out there, you don't think for yourselves. You don't. You're just an effing parrot, man. You're just sheep. Yeah. Brady was supposed to come and bring Sean Payton. Yeah, I know. I heard all of that. So why would then the coach meet with them? Think about that one. So why is the owner setting up Brady and that coach to bring another coach in? Is that how the story goes? So we got one guy there, and then we got one guy asking me about Flores screwing up a meeting with Brady, and then another guy follows up with, no, he's supposed to bring in, Sean Payton. It's just, this is all fantasy. It's all fantasy crap that you guys, follow Pro Football Talks, every terrible report that they put out there. Oh, Lordy. Flores is a genius. The same guy that lost to Ass Grab Meyer. Flo outcoached himself in London. All football fans saw that debacle. Oh, man. Let me see. Max says, please spare me. No O-line is going to help Tua's weak arm. You blind ass not to see it compared to every other QB out there. Yeah, exactly. That's it. I'm blind. What can I tell you? The best part about it is, if Tua goes out there and balls this year, all of you out there that were complaining and bitching, you're all going to disappear like cowards. Like the cowards that you are. Because I've dealt with it for 30 years. Hey, where are all you cowards for Ryan Tannehill? Where are you? You all disappear, bro. You all disappear. Every one of you single cowards out there. You fell for the, hook, line, and sinker in Tennessee when he was putting up numbers because of Derrick Henry. And when he's winning playoff games, throwing 70 yards, I had people here saying, you see, he is a good quarterback. He's a franchise guy. We were wrong. But where are you? Well, what's my boy from used to work at 790, Zach Duarte. At least I give Zach credit. He got suckered with Ryan, right? He believed in Ryan. He was lost like many others, but at least he admits, I'm wrong or what. I don't know if he still has admitted he's wrong, but whatever. At least he openly admitted, but he's a former talk show host. So at least, he's used to being out there. Whether you're right or wrong, you're going to be right or wrong at times. All of us are going to be right or wrong. But where are all you cowards? See, at least Duarte has balls. He may be dead ass wrong, doesn't know crap about Ryan Tannehill, thinking that he's actually a quarterback. Okay, that's fine. We're all wrong on a bunch of things. But at least he's man enough to admit it. The rest of you stinking cowards, you all got lost. When he shit in his pants and threw 3 interceptions, where are you? But somehow or another, you cowards will throw little rocks at me on Twitter or on DM or whatever. Oh, he threw 300 yards. You see, Ryan Tannehill is a real deal. Because you're stupid enough to fall for it. But then what happened? So it's the same thing will happen with Tua. All you cowards will disappear. I've been doing this for 32 years, dude. 32 years. Rarely do you ever show up again after you're wrong. And you know why? Because none of us are tracking what you're saying. And you know that. So everybody's going to forget whether you were on Tua's side or not because nobody's tracking it. So you don't have to come forward and show, a little chutzpah, as they say. But since most of you have no chutzpah, when you're wrong, you disappear like the cowards that you are. Where are all you cowards with Tannehill? I'd like to see it. There's 562 of you right now. A bunch of you got suckered by Tannehill. a bunch of you were probably taking shots at me with Tannehill. So where are you? Same thing with Tua. You cowards will disappear. It's what happens. That's how this game is played. I'm here, right or wrong. I'm here every day. Been here for over 30 years, right or wrong. I don't flinch. But I don't have the luxury of throwing rocks and hiding behind cars. Some of you have that luxury, and you use it all the time. Mike No-Go Zone says, showing some love to the Miami Hurricanes basketball team. Well done. Yes, sir, Mike. Thank you for the love on the super chat. Thank you, sir. Abarajede, R.I.P. Yes. I used to, I was a bank teller at Republic National Bank on Bird Road and 87th Avenue. And before I became a money officer and they stuck me in the back handling the business accounts, which was, God, that was almost like a heart attack every day, balancing your what's it called? Your register at the end of the day. Oh my God. Anyway, I feel for all bank tellers out there, you're not paid enough, by the way. Okay, bank tellers, money officers, you're not paid enough. I just want you to know that. He used to come, that was his personal bank. So, and he always used to come and stand in my line every single time too. So it was good because my line usually was the fastest one on the line, and that's why they ended up making me money officer, because you got to count a lot of money. And so I got really good at counting money, and you know those people, that was me back in the day. And so he would always stand in my line, and I would always get to talk to him. And for years, you know, I would be hearing the 8-tracks and playing the albums with my dad, right? And the big Magnavoxes and the 8-tracks and all that in the truck and all that, and we're laughing our asses off. And I remember when I became a bank teller, and I became a bank teller at the Republic National Bank on Lejeune and Flagler, right? That was the original Republic National Bank. And then they moved me to the one on 87th Avenue and Bird Road because they needed help there in the drive-thru. And I started in the drive-thru, then went back inside, and then the rest is history, whatever. But that was and I would tell my dad, hey, man, Abarajede came in today. And he was like, oh, really? And I'm thinking about it, you know, back in those days, that's when you want to have a cell phone and a selfie, you know, with that dude. And I know that for my Anglo friends out there, this means absolutely nothing to you. But let me just explain who Abarajede is to the Latin community, especially to the Cuban community. And I think Puerto Ricans, too, are big on Abarajede. He's basically the Latin, God, I want to say, I don't know if I would say, is Richard Pryor the right one? What would we, for my Latin friends out there, Abarajede is what to Latins compared to Americans? He's not the Eddie Murphy. He's more like, I don't know. No, he's more like Richard Pryor, probably. I don't know, something along those lines. But yeah, my dad used to get a trip on that. Yeah, one guy says, indeed, Richard Pryor. Bill Cosby. No, dude. No. Bill Cosby forget about the stuff that we're talking, you know, his other stuff. I'm talking about as a comedian. Bill Cosby was a clean comedian, dude. Abarajede was not a clean comedian, bro. No, not even close. Abarajede is the Cuban goat. He is. There's no doubt. Oh, the Latin Chappelle. Dude, you nailed it. Willie, you nailed it. Because he was a guy that talked about life a lot, like Chappelle does, and talks about all kinds of problems. Willie nailed it. He's the Latin Chappelle. That's exactly who Abarajede is. The Latin Chappelle. All right, let's go. Let's get ready. Marcel Louis-Jacques and our Edge Energy Drink Miami Dolphins report. That's next.
Time to get the edge on the Miami Dolphins with our Edge Energy Drink Miami Dolphins report. When you want the energy drink that's delicious and smooth with zero aftertaste, you can only order Edge Energy Drink at myedgedrink.com. That's myedgedrink.com. Here's the ESPN Dolphin insider, Marcel Louis-Jacques.
All right, there he is, the man, the myth, the legend that is Marcel Louis-Jacques. How you feeling, baby? You feeling good?
Feeling good, man.
Are you feeling Teron Armstead good? Tell us. Talk to us. We heard you've got listening devices inside Chris Greer's offices, and you're hearing everything that's going on right now. Tell us.
Man, look, if I had listening devices, if I had bugs in that man's office, I think I'd break a little more news than I have over the past year. But,
you're just easing it slowly but surely. You don't want to give away all your secrets.
One of those, yeah. You can't.
We're on to you. You have a listening device inside an Edge Energy Drink can that is inside Chris Greer's office right now. I know it. You gave him a six-pack. He thinks it's a present, but it's really a plant. I caught you.
Hey, look. If Edge wants to come, collab with me on some espionage gear, then yeah, I'm about that. But no, look, in all reality, so look, let's do this. For everybody here in the comments who has ever had a job interview where it's not in town per se, they bring you to their office. They bring you to your new city. People don't bring you to their new city if they don't think they want to hire you. This is basically the final step. This is a formality. This is let me make sure I don't get there and it's, wallpaper with roaches actually in the wall and let me make sure that this is not a facade. Let me make sure that this is real. Let me see these facilities. It's a beautiful day in Miami today. He's going to take 2 steps out the plane and say, ooh, $90 million feels kind of good here. That's now hold on a second. No sales tax either. Ocean's right. Ocean is how far that way?
Yep.
Okay. No, so it's one of those where you would have to fumble this bag. If you're the Dolphins, you would have to fumble the bag in order for Armstead to leave here without an agreement. People I've spoken with think that, look, if New Orleans was going to keep him, if they were serious about keeping him,
I agree.
They would have franchise tagged him already. Which is, so he really wanted to play with, I think it's real that he wanted to play with Deshaun Watson. I think he was holding out to see what New Orleans would be able to do in that regard. Obviously, they did not get him. So come make a bag, my boy.
The funny part is that's the move that makes this offseason incredibly successful. Because if you really look at it, they've done all the other things. And for me personally, I wanted 2 veteran linemen on this team. So you add him along with the guard, you're in. You did exactly what you needed to do because I think some of the other guys are going to turn out to be just fine. You didn't hit on all 5, but I know you hit on 2 or 3 of those guys. And so 2 or 3 of those guys will make up the rest of that line, and you'll be just fine. And maybe, just maybe, I was telling people, maybe it's about the 2 free agents at left tackle and left guard. And maybe you just draft a Boston College kid and move him to center. And that's it, dude. That's all. And then that's what you end up, how you fixed your line. And your right side is Hunt and Eichenberg, and you move on.
Look, and this is what I've been saying for, what is it? We're going on, 3 weeks now, 3-ish weeks, that they didn't see this offensive line as a total loss. And you don't just miss on 4 top 100 picks in the past 3 years. Like that's a special amount of incompetence if you miss 4 times on something. All right. But either way, no, I think that it might not be like per se the sexy addition like we're seeing some of the other AFC playoff hopefuls make. It's not Khalil Mack. It's not adding Devontae Adams. It's not adding a Russell Wilson or Deshaun Watson from a purely football standpoint. It's not like that kind of splashy, eye-catching move, but make no mistake, this guy is basically the consensus #1 free agent of this class. He is the best available player in this class. He solidifies your offensive line. He brings a mean streak to the offensive line, as does Connor Williams. It's something that they did not have last season. I don't think they really had that angry, I'm going to try to put you under the dirt type of guy. You know, they didn't have
angry and experienced. They didn't have either.
Yeah. So like, it's just, I think it changes the dynamic of the offensive line if they're able to ink him during this visit or during this offseason cycle. I tweeted out a few days ago because, you know, if you look at every playoff team from this past season, they all got better. I mean, the Titans added Austin Hooper and Robert Woods. The Bills added Von Miller. The Bengals have completely rebuilt their offensive line, and they've got obviously plenty of skill players and Joe Burrow to play with. You know, the Raiders add Devontae Adams. I mean, it goes on and on and on about the number. The Chiefs are still the Chiefs. You look at the guys who are the teams who are like a game out. You see what the Chargers have done. You see what the Broncos did. They were a couple games out. You see what the Browns did. They're a game out. The Steelers got better by losing Ben Roethlisberger. Like, so if they can make the playoffs with Ben Roethlisberger's water noodle right arm, then I'm pretty confident they can be in the hunt with Mitch Trubisky. So you look at the Dolphins, though, and you say, you know, man, a lot of these guys are loading up for war here. Like a lot of these teams are stockpiling in this arms race. And, you know, you added a couple running backs who were good. I think they're good additions. You added a receiver who, you know, you bet on the curve a little bit. You bet on the bell a little bit. But if he's good, he's going to be good. If he's good, he's going to be a great addition. But there hasn't really been that move that you see kind of coincide with some of these other blockbuster marquee additions. But Teron Armstead, all of a sudden the Dolphins are playing with gas.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. That's that is a move that I think you have to make at this point for the Miami Dolphins. I think you can't let him leave. You have to fix this issue for Tua, because there's no way you're ever going to find out if the kid can play if you can't keep his ass upright. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm watching him throw in that video a 71-yard bomb to Lynn Bowden, and you know I'm watching him look good. Like he's looking, you know, physically good. Let's see if we can get some real coaching around this guy and some real blocking, and all of a sudden, I think you'll see a different player out there.
Yeah, and he said it during his, you know, I think we talked about it. I've talked about this before. Like, people will tell you this league, they'll tell you what they're doing. You just have to pay attention. And you heard it in his introductory press conference when asked about Tua. He says, you know, Tua, I've never seen a quarterback win games by himself. He's got to have people to throw to, and he better not be getting hit. So there we go. He told us right there, we're going to go get playmakers. We're going to go fix our offensive line.
By the way, how did you stop Tom Brady? Hitting him. That's what the Giants did twice. They took Super Bowls away from his ass because the kryptonite is get to his ass. He can't move. So get to him, hit him, make him uncomfortable. Why do you think he struggles in Miami all the time? Because they hit him. They get to him. They make him uncomfortable. There's no such thing as a quarterback that doesn't have a weakness. Every quarterback has a weakness. Put him on his ass. Look at Pat Mahomes 2 years ago. He gets to the Super Bowl. He's got no line. They beat his ass for 4 quarters, and Tampa Bay wins it. You know, the coach is right. Quarterbacks never do it by themselves. We give them all the credit in the world, but we always forget about the 5 hogs up front every single time.
Yeah, no, it's massive. And especially when you look at, I mean, in the division alone, the Bills whooped on Tua twice last year without Von Miller. So now they have Von Miller. Now they've got, you know, the Greg Rousseau and AJ Epinesa, you know, and Boogie Basham, another year of experience, another year of confidence. Like you do have to plan based on what other teams are doing. I got the comments pulled up here. Somebody did say, you know, don't who cares what other teams are doing? Just take care of yourself, fix your own house first. No. You got to worry about what other teams are doing. For example, and this is why, you know, I was saying I've been saying this offseason that they need to draft some speed at linebacker. When Mike Vick was running rampant through the NFC South, the Panthers literally drafted Thomas Davis, an undersized linebacker from Georgia, because he'd be able to contain or at least keep up with Michael Vick.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, you have to be able to.
You have to design your team right now to stop the Bills.
Yeah.
They are the team of the division. So if you're the Patriots, you're the Dolphins, and you're the Jets, you must design your team to stop the Bills. Period. End of story. That's how you've got to do it. And that when you're the big boy in the division, everybody has to design their team in order to stop you, because that's the way they get to the playoffs.
I completely and totally agree, man. That, like, if you can't, and Ross even said it, man, like they want to win Super Bowls, they want to win playoff games, all of this. You're not doing none of that if you can't win or at least compete in your division. And look, and we know that the Bills are the class of the AFC East, and yeah, the Dolphins did sweep the Patriots last year, but man, you can never count out New England. You can't keep counting New England to get worse. You know, I've seen a lot of people saying
the problem is I don't fear their quarterback. That's the problem. I don't fear their quarterback.
Look, I don't think Mac Jones is particularly special, but now he's got another year under his belt. I seriously doubt Bill lets this draft go through without adding more weapons for him, more talent. I think they've got what's his name, Fournette in New England today, so I guess they're going super duper run heavy. But still, he's too good of a coach. He's too good of a coach to just say, we don't have to think about that. We don't have to worry about.
No, he's a great coach, and that's why he's a great coach. He tried to depend as little as possible on the kid. He tried to make it all about the defense and the running game, and then have the kid kind of, hey, make a couple plays for us and keep us alive. That's kind of what he's doing, and that's what he's going to continue to do until that kid crosses a threshold that says, no, I can be the difference maker. And that's what he hasn't proven to him yet, and that's probably why he's running the team the way he's running it right now.
Yeah, and we don't know how open the playbook was for Mac Jones last year. We don't know what he was really asked to do. I can say, just from – I remember in week 1 watching, and that was my first Dolphins game, or first game covering the Dolphins, and I was impressed with the way Mac navigated the pocket. His feel, his pocket awareness was better than I expected, especially for that kind of rookie, to the point where, I might make some people angry here, but if you had no prior knowledge of these teams before the game, you could make an argument that Mac Jones was the guy in his second year, not Tua. Like, I think Mac Jones looked better than Tua in week 1. So I don't think he's going to get worse. I don't know what his ceiling is, but I don't think he's going to get worse.
I find that to be all a bunch of crap. Okay, Mac Jones only looked better because he had a line, he had a running game, he had coaches. Tua goes to the offense, he has no line, no running game, and no offensive coaches. So
look, you can make excuses, but it is what it is.
You're going a gunfight with a butter knife. So if I put Tua, that's why I keep telling people, I put Tua on the Patriots, and the Patriots are in the playoffs. Period. End of story. They're in the playoffs, and maybe they win some games in the playoffs. Why? Because he's got a coach, he's got a defense, got a line, got a running game, everything he didn't have in Miami.
So Tua on the Patriots still gets pumped by the Bills there in the playoffs, without a doubt. Tua does not win that game for New England.
If Tua has New England's team, he has a chance to beat the Bills. If he has Miami, he has no chance to beat the Bills.
Do you remember that? You remember that game? The Bills scored on 7 straight possessions?
I know that. I understand that. But what I'm saying is they would have been a better team with Tua.
Okay, yes, all right. They would have been a better. I think Tua would be better in New England. I think New England would be better with Tua. But like, the fact of the matter is, this is not a Tua versus Mac debate. This is a Tua is in Miami, Mac is in New England.
You said Mac looked better in week 1.
Oh, yes, he did look in week 1.
And I'm telling you, that's a facade. The only reason he looked better, it's because he had a supporting cast, whereas Tua does not have a supporting cast. If the tide was turned and it was week 1 and he was in New England and Mac Jones was in Miami, oh my God, It would have
Okay.
been the same thing. You would have said,
And
"Wow,
I
Tua looks fantastic."
have one. I have one word. A one word response. So, like
Okay.
so he has
Okay,
he has the supporting cast, but it is that is reality. Like he looked
but
better
he's not
because
better.
he is
That's
from New England.
the point. He's
Yeah,
not
I
better.
didn't say that he is better. I said he looked better if you had no prior knowledge of what these teams were, who these quarterbacks were, and let's just say we pulled somebody out from under a rock and said, watch this game. One of these quarterbacks is playing his first game, the other is in his second year. Right. I think it would not be unanimously Tua as the second year quarterback. They're in week one. But yeah, I mean, he's in a better situation. Like that's not, but what I'm saying is that's part of that is just reality. Like this is not a Tua versus Mac debate. The reality is Mac was in a better situation last year.
It.
Like
that's it. That's it.
Like,
and that's what I'm hoping for the kid this year, that he's in a favorable situation. And then we can actually make the proper assessment. And then those of us that think he can play, we'll find out. And those of us that don't think he can play, we'll find out.
I'm open-minded. I'll put it this way going into this season. I am open-minded, and my mind has been reopened because of this new coaching staff. Because if they went into next year with this same staff and same offense and same situation,
oh God,
then I'm like, you don't pick up Tua's fifth year after this. Like I don't see it. But I am open-minded enough. I'll give it half a season. I'll give it a little more than half a season. I want to see development. I want to see better decision making. I want to see play design here. Like I want to see something. I want to see flashes of brilliance. I'm tired of seeing flashes of competence from him. I want to see why you are the number 5 overall pick. Why are you worth the number 5 overall pick?
Right.
You need to be special. Show me special. Like you guys can like Tua, and I like Tua as a good dude. Good dude. Always polite. Always respectful. I don't wish him a bad thing in his life, man. I don't want that man to stub his toe at home. I like the kid. But let's not lie to ourselves and say that even his flashes, even his best moments are not, expected of a starting quarterback. Like he makes throws, his best throws, and they're like, yeah, a starter should probably make that throw. Like
I can show you a ton of great quarterbacks in their early years that made all kinds of bad throws, dude.
Like a lot of his stuff, it's decision making. Like a lot of things that he does wrong are decision making. He either tries to be a hero or he holds the ball too long. He dances too much.
That's been going on for 50 years with young quarterbacks.
And that's not what I'm worried about, though. I am concerned about his ability to throw on the run. When we're talking about arm strength, I have no doubt he can stand still and throw the ball 70 yards. That's cool. I can with a little bit of a get up, I can throw the ball 50 yards. I've done this before when people said I couldn't up in Buffalo. Like I can throw the ball 50 yards. That's not super impressive for me for an NFL quarterback. But can he throw on the run? There were some throws where he's rolling to his left and still hopping to receivers 20 yards downfield. That's kind of a concern. Like you've got to be able to improvise. And Shane, real cute, but let's go pull up some tape on Peyton Manning and Tua and compare the two after their second year. Don't do this. Like everybody's not built the same. Every quarterback does not have the same rookie in second year. Just because Josh Allen's good in year 3 and Peyton Manning was good in year 2 or 3, does not mean that Tua's on the same path. Like we still need to see it. Like these guys are different builds.
Sean, do me a favor, take down the screen there for what's it called? For the edge there for a second. Let's show Mr. Louis-Jacques a little video here. Did you see this video?
Let me see it.
All right, you want running and throwing, right?
I want running and throwing.
You want running and throwing. Are you ready? You get running and throwing.
It's an interesting drill. I've never seen this drill before. I like what Nick's doing with them. But this is perfect.
This is better. This is better. Bam. Bam. Bam.
Yeah. John,
Accurate,
no, I can't
running,
throw the ball.
throwing.
No, I can't throw the ball 50 yards under pressure in an NFL game, but that was not my point. My point was I can stand still and throw the ball 50 yards.
Okay, but you want running and you want running.
I want running and this is
I give you running and throwing.
This is the kind of development that we need to see from Tua. Like that's literally what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Like just
you want running.
I need to see it on the field. I need to see it on the field, but I like that he's getting his movements there. Like he's getting that muscle memory back. So
he's developing the edge.
Well, we will see, man. We will see. But like there's some things, there's some moments this year where, again, I think that maybe what happened like a tad, what just happened like a little bit, is we saw Jacoby Brissett playing football for 4 games, and then Tua came back, and then it became very obvious that like, wow, this team is not it without Tua at quarterback. Like it became very obvious, like, okay, Tua's not bad. Like he's not that bad. Like he's clearly better for this team than Jacoby Brissett. But we might have gotten confused with, there might have been a little misconstrued, between he's better for this team and he is, he's it. He's good. Like I can't definitively say that he's bad, but I can't definitively say he's the franchise quarterback. I just need to see more this year. I think that's fair. Like people can get mad, but like
Drew Brees was like that for 4 years, and guys, it happens where you get into the league and you're Peyton Manning and you choke against Florida. He's a choker. He throws 25 interceptions his first year, and he's a choker. And then eventually, he can't beat the Patriots. And then eventually he wins a title. Everybody forgets about all of that because they killed Peyton Manning for years on that. All right, for years, couldn't beat the Gators, can't beat the Patriots, all that kind of shit. And then eventually it happens. And there's a lot of great quarterbacks. Steve Young looked great in the USFL, then obviously went to Tampa Bay, who had his rights, and he looked like dog crap. And then he got traded to San Francisco, and the rest is history. So I've watched plenty of quarterbacks over the years look bad early in their careers or be in bad situations, and then things change. You're Fran Tarkenton, you're stuck behind as a backup with the Giants. You finally get your chance with the Minnesota Vikings, and boom, you take off. I've been watching this since I was a child till I'm an old man now at this point, and it's happened over the history of time, and this is nothing new.
Yeah, and I think where maybe my message is not being received is that I am not saying Tua's bad. Move on from Tua. He's got no hope. I'm saying I need to see it, man. Like I need to see it. I am not like y'all, bro. Like I'm not a fan of this team. Like I'm not down here because I love the Dolphins so much and they're my childhood favorite team. So I'm just gonna have faith and believe in everything. That's not my job. That's not why they brought my ass down here from Buffalo. It's not why I drove 20 some odd hours to get here. Like I need to see it before I can say it. I need to see that he is the dude. He is a dude before I can say like, yeah, go ahead, like attach your future to him. This is a critical window, man. It's a critical window to go after a Super Bowl title before you got to pay your quarterback. Like I get it. You got to know. So yeah, I just need to see it. Like, and I think that's fair. I will happily. Again, he's a good dude. He's a mature human. I will say where I do want to give him a lot of credit because I've thought about this a lot over the past 3 days.
Oh, you watch Baker act like a punk, and then you watch him act like a man. Okay, that's
like, and I'm not even saying Baker's a punk. Because let's keep it a buck.
He acted like a punk.
Did it? I don't really think he did. I don't think he did. I would want to leave too. If ESPN, put it this way, if news came out that they're interviewing somebody for my job, somebody who had a history of, let's say, plagiarism or a bad criminal record or who's under investigation, and news came out that they're trying to replace me, and then all of a sudden they don't get him because he chooses to go somewhere else, I'd be tight too. Now I need my job a little bit more than maybe Baker needs his job, but I would be mad too. I'd be like, I'd probably call my agent and be like, hey man, how do I get out of this contract? Let's start shopping around.
Okay. That's what Matt Ryan did. but he kept it all under wraps. And think about this. Matt Ryan has given you an entire career. He has been your franchise, your face, super classy, everything. And by the way, he took over in a shady time when you were in the middle of the Mike Vick thing, remember? So he has been a champ for you. And you have just told him, we're done with you. We want to go with Deshaun Watson. And he, you know what he did? He pushes back his bonus and he says, hey, I'll accommodate it. And what Baker doesn't understand, but what Matt Ryan understands and what Tua understands is how you act at that moment is also what your future teams are going to see. And so now, who do you want to acquire? Matt Ryan, who's going to act like a man the entire time, or Tua, who's going to act like a man the entire time, or Baker, who's going to be drunk and tackled by, police officers in Oklahoma, grabbing his crotch in the middle of the sidelines there, planting flags in the middle of the field, calling out Duke Johnson, and now calling out his team because he's butthurt because he's about to, not be the guy.
Yeah, don't get me wrong.
There's a track record. And there's a track record with Ryan. There's a track record with Tua. These people understand that, dude, you're not going to be the guy all the time. And things are going to happen. So you work it behind the scenes. What Baker did, mishandled.
Don't get me wrong. I understand why Baker responded the way he did. And maybe he releases a public statement because he knew some things that maybe weren't public about their chances of getting Deshaun. And Matt Ryan is a consummate professional, always has been. But I'm saying the way that Tua handled this shit last year when, repeatedly asked about. I don't think there was a time when he was asked about this shit that Tua ever said, I'm tired of watching, or I'm tired of being asked about this. I don't want to answer this anymore. I don't want to do it. He answered however he could, but
he put up with your ass all year long. How about that?
But also just because I keep seeing this, and I
got to make sure I say that to Cam and to Alan and to Joe Shad.
I was about to say definitely ask, but I keep seeing this every time I'm on the show, every time I talk about quarterbacks on Twitter, all of this shit. Was Josh Allen good in year 2? Yes, bro. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. I watched every game. I watched 17 games and 3 preseason games of Josh Allen in year 2. I watched him more than you on the internet. Not you personally, you in the comments.
The funny part is Josh Allen was worse than Tua has ever been in year 1.
Yeah, right. Year 1 Josh was bad. Year 1 Josh was bad. I wasn't there for year 1.
But he's got better talent around him.
Year 2, while his stats and his numbers, if you just look at those and a couple of Twitter highlights, and you'll say oh yeah, whatever. This guy he wasn't even good. I don't know. This year 3 jump was miraculous. For those of us who watched every single snap of Josh Allen that year, just remember who you're talking to when you're asking me this question and arguing with me. Every single snap of Josh Allen last year, Josh made plenty of plays to help his team win throughout the season. He had bad moments, sure. A lot of quarterbacks do, but he had those moments that made you say, "Oh, damn!"
Yeah.
Thanksgiving in Dallas, I saw this man roll to his right in his end zone, 6 yards deep into the end zone on 3rd and long, on the run, fire a rope to Cole Beasley at the sticks. Man, I saw him personally fumble a snap, pick the ball up with one hand, and charge through the offensive line, charge through the line of scrimmage to pick up the first down on 4th and 1. I've seen him lead game-winning drives. I saw the flashes there that made you say, hold on.
For sure.
It's a matter of consistency, not a matter of ability.
Right.
With Tua, it's a matter of both, whether you want to hear it or not. So, yeah, man, I'm a little – I've answered this question so many times, I feel but nobody wants to listen. They're not comparable players after year 2.
No, they're not. They're not comparable players, but they're also not comparable teams, and that's the problem. There's no Diggs on this team. None.
He didn't have Diggs in year 2. He had John Brown and Cole Beasley, and Dawson Knox, who I think led the NFL, led all tight ends in drop passes as a rookie
the last 2 years, hasn't he?
He had Diggs in year 3 and year 4.
Oh, years 3. That's right. So
yeah.
Years 3 and 4. That's right.
So, I would, and they didn't have a run game in year 2.
They have a much better line, a much better run game,
carries in like week 12.
Much better offensive coaching staff. It's not even close, dude.
Definitely better staff. He had a better support system around it. I don't know about supporting cast, but support system. Yeah, I think Josh Allen had a better support system.
If he has a better offensive line and running game, he does have a better supporting staff. Period. That's all you need.
I mean it in terms of like
about the receivers. The receivers to me and the tight ends are not that much of a difference. I don't care about that. But if he had a much better offensive line and a running game, that's something that
a better offensive line, by default. Yeah,
he's never had any offensive line or a running game. That's the problem.
Yeah, Josh had a better offensive line by default because it wasn't what we just saw in Miami last year. Run game, it was made better because he was a runner, because he ran the ball. But and Motor was good. Devin Singletary was solid as a rookie, but that staff gave Frank Gore a lot of work. Man, I can remember us like we would be asking Sean and Dabo ad nauseum, why is Frank Gore still getting the ball 13 times in week 14? Like it's they didn't have really, but the difference was he had a when I say support staff, he had a coaching staff, he had a front office, and he had a locker room that all believed in him. If you ask all of these guys, which I did because I was in that locker room, y'all, again, just quick reminder who you're talking to. I was in that locker room. All of them dudes believed in Josh Allen from the jump. They knew he was the guy. They just wanted to see it on the field. Like they knew, okay, like this guy is going to be special up here. He has all the traits. Just need to make sure that he's coachable enough to receive it. He improved. Bang, bang. Like that's what happened. So that's why I'm keeping it. I want to keep an open mind with Tua here.
I know, but remember, you don't develop if you don't have Dable, if you don't have Dorsey, if you don't have the offensive line, if you don't have the support system around you. You look like you look in Wyoming. You look like you looked at the Senior Bowl. You look like you looked in the first year. You know what I mean? So it's what he was. The supporting staff and the people around him, it's what made him what he is now. He didn't make himself that, because if he did, he would have looked like that in Wyoming, but he didn't. Yeah. So that's the difference. So again, environments goes back to the initial comment you had. Well, Mac looked better than Tua in week 1. Yeah, of course he did. He had the better people around him. Of course he's going to look better. So these are the things that's why this is very important now. Now we get to see and assess it, and we'll see if he can get it done.
Yeah, man, coaching is critical. You look at,
it's everything.
You look at Josh, he went from, he was like a 6'2" high school quarterback, not recruited. He went to JC, so JC coaching. Then he went to Wyoming, which is what are they? Mountain West coaching.
Yeah,
he didn't have a lot of NFL players around him. I think Tanner Gentry. Like, raise your hand if you know who Tanner Gentry is. Exact. So he didn't have that much. Even rookie year, Brandon Bean said they didn't want to play him as a rookie. He had to play because everything else was a disaster. He had to play his rookie year. So like he looked bad because he wasn't ready. And like Green, like he was like, dude, like I put him in horrible position as you see. That level of accountability is not normal in the NFL. Man,
all you had to do was watch him at the Senior Bowl. He couldn't hit the side of a barn. It was like watching him all week. It was like when they drafted him, I was like, what the hell are they doing? Really? It was like they had total confidence that they could fix that. Because most people would not have confidence that you can fix that. Because I personally, and he's still not there yet, but I am a strong believer that you're either accurate or you're not accurate. One of the two. And that comes from when you're a kid all the way through you're a pro. If you're not accurate, you're never going to be accurate. He's proven me somewhat wrong on this, that he had some erratic throws this year where he kind of showed some of that again, but that's something that he's kind of proven me wrong here. He's the first guy I've ever seen be erratic and then be somewhat accurate already. It's the weirdest thing. All right, we got to let you go. Appreciate you because we got Poop Art waiting already. All right.
Oh,
Be
yeah.
good.
Tell Allen I said sorry, man. Get him started on Tua. Just keep it going.
Well, we always get him started on Tua. Follow him on Twitter at Marcel_LJ. Marcel, appreciate you. Thank you for giving us the edge.
Of course.
You got it. That's Marcel. Poupart is next.
You now have the edge on the Miami Dolphins with the Edge Energy Drink Miami Dolphins Report featuring ESPN's Marcel Louis-Jacques. Get the energy drink that's delicious and smooth with zero aftertaste. You can only order Edge Energy Drink at myedgedrink.com. That's myedgedrink.com.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Let's get ready to talk Dolphins football. It's the Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Report with Sports Illustrated's Alan Poupart. With locations throughout South Florida, Sports Grill is the home of the special grilled wings. Check out our sponsored locations in Miami on Bird Road and 114th and in Miami Lakes in the Royal Oaks Plaza. Here's Miami Dolphins insider Alan Poupart.
And the myth, the legend, Alan Poupart. How you doing, baby? Hey, you got where are you at? Are you in a different spot or something? Are you in a hotel or something?
I am in Orlando, Florida.
Nice.
Yep.
The family. You took them to Orlando. How about that? Nice. Are you in a Disney hotel?
Maybe not.
Maybe.
It's a vacation with work involved as well. The full vacation comes in June.
Yeah,
That's a full-blown vacation. That's your basic leave me alone. I'm off the grid.
Yeah. I think I don't know. I think maybe when I went to Paris a few years ago, that might have been the only one that no work was included in any of my vacations, which is just ridiculous. But that's just kind of the world we have chosen, being in this biz. Anyway, so what from Orlando? What are your tentacles reaching out? What's going on with Teron Armstead on that deal? And is this a must deal for the Miami Dolphins?
Is it a must deal? It's a deal that could help. You know who it dawned on me this morning who I would equate it to if they wind up signing him in terms of what he could do for the offensive line. And I'm
Brandon
thinking
Albert.
Brandon Albert.
Yeah. Injury prone left tackle. Yeah, I got you.
But also somebody who joins a lot of young guys.
Right. Yeah.
And could make an impact as much in terms of tutoring those guys as much as what he can do at left tackle. I wrote that there's a lot of risk involved. Anybody who thinks it's a slam dunk, absolutely got to go get him. Don't come bitching to me when he misses games because he's never played a full season. Last year he played 8 games. He's had knee issues, so he's a guy who is probably on the back 9. You're
going to get maybe 2 years out of him. Maybe you'll be
That
lucky.
I'd take 2 years right now.
Huh?
I take 2 years right now if he can play 13 games each time.
Oh God!
I think that would be a good signing because I think he brings that the offensive line, which they don't have.
No, I'm 1,000, and he's actually a better player than Brandon Albert was when you got him. I think he actually can give you more than Brandon Albert. But they're at a point where, and I think this was like the target. I think you needed to inject 2 proven linemen because there was just too much unproven on this line, too much youth. They needed a couple of veterans, and definitely a guy like Teron Armstead would be so valuable to the young tackles on that team, man. I think it's priceless, as that commercial would say, to add a guy like that.
No question, and I think to me he should have been all along a bigger target, even though he's got more injury concerns than Lyle Collins. But the fact that he's left tackle, where the Dolphins don't have nearly as many options as they do at right tackle, because I keep saying, I've said it for a while now, that to me Robert Hunt screams put me back at right tackle, and you got that spot
I think Eichenberg is going to be your right tackle and Hunt's going to be your right guard. I think that's what the plan is. And then maybe you draft the Zion kid and move him to center. That might be what the whole thing is.
You want to go back with drafting guys high early
Well, no,
on?
because then Dieter becomes your backup swing center guard. Jackson and whoever. Is Greg Little and Larnell Coleman still on the roster?
They're both on the roster, and I had somebody hit
So
me
then
up.
all three of them will be,
Dude.
so then all three of those guys, along with Jesse Davis, all four guys will battle for the swing tackle spot. I would imagine.
Yeah,
right?
but I'm going to be honest. Before he was put on IR, Larnell Coleman, I don't know that I've ever seen an offensive lineman look so overmatched.
I'm with you 1,000%. I'm just throwing the man's name in there because I'm just saying what's left of the tackle group will battle for that swing tackle. So I think Dieter can be your swing center guard. Then you have Jackson being a swing tackle guard type. And then, that's kind of how you'll develop the back end of your offensive line. You know what I mean? If you go in the direction that I'm saying, that you get the Boston College kid, move him to center, and you obviously sign Teron Armstead.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily crazy about that move. I have no issue with going Dieter again or finding somebody out there as a veteran free agent or whatever.
Dieter might play better with Williams and Hunt around him, and then Armstead doing his thing, and maybe Eichenberg with better coaching. Dieter might look like a completely different player. He might look even better. Maybe that's what Mike McDaniel's saying. Hey, look, man, he's all right. We just need to improve the people around him to make him a little better. You know what I mean? And so that, again, we don't think like these guys. They're at another level thinking about all of this. And that's one of the things that I do like about what the Dolphins are doing. As much as you and I can bullshit about this and go back and forth, and the listeners too, these guys are proven line guys. They know what the hell they're doing. So I'm going to trust them more than the people that we had here prior in the last couple of years.
Yeah, and for me, is as I rewatched every game and looked at the sacks that the offensive line was giving, to me, it was almost as much as guys not knowing who they're supposed to pick up on a twist as opposed to being flat out just beat one-on-one. And that's correct. That's coaching, and that's not knowing your assignment, and that's not being developed properly.
Not well prepared. Right.
Yeah. If you get smoked one-on-one because you're not fast enough or strong enough to hold up, that's a different story. I saw some of that, but I saw more of guys couldn't figure out. I mean, there are plays where you got three guys blocking one guy and then one guy running free on the quarterback.
You're so right, dude. It's not so much that they were overpowered or run over or whatever. It was mental mistakes. It was out of position. It was a misread. There were more mental errors than anything else that you would see in that line. And people would just come free, and you're like, what the hell is going on here? And so you're 1,000% right. It wasn't that they were just so bad physically. I mean, there were times that we saw some of these guys that were on the floor a little too much, but yeah, you're right. It's just one of those where that's the thing about all of this is our frustrations with all of this, and then the job that they have in order to change this. And this is a problem that's been going on for years when it comes to this line. So we've been kind of beaten down with this as fans with how poor the line has been year in and year out.
Well, the last time they had a really good line was 2016 when, lo and behold, Brandon Albert was on the line. So I think there's absolute
value.
And James, Laramie Tunsil, and Jermon Bushrod. Correct. I understand that.
You actually had some decent players there and some experience. You know what I mean? Even I know Bushrod couldn't get to the second level, but at least he could, somewhat do his job in front of him a little bit.
Solid. He was very solid.
Yeah. It just you didn't want him moving outside of the phone booth. That was
correct. But and the other four guys were all first-round picks.
Yeah.
So that's a counter argument to what I'm saying about, okay, how many high picks are we going to keep spending on this position? But to me, and obviously I would not hold on a second. I'm not stubborn enough to say that you have to make it work no matter what, but it would be highly disappointing if you're already discarding Austin Jackson, Liam Eichenberg, Michael Dieter, and they have to completely be scrapped, and the best we can hope for them is a backup.
Well, no, because if Eichenberg becomes your right tackle and Hunt becomes your right guard, then 2 of them hit. 2 of the 5 hit. That's actually 40% is not terrible. If you hit on the 3rd is when you become a stud. If you got 3 out of the 5, it would have been, remember, you weren't expecting all 5 to hit. So you needed at least 2 or 3 to make it successful. So if Hunt and Eichenberg do hit, then you've done all right out of the 5 hitting 2. It's that 3rd guy. Now, let's say Dieter becomes a really important backup center guard. Does that become a hit or no?
Yeah, considering he's a 3rd-round pick. Yeah, that's fine.
So then maybe there's still hope that, in other words, reinvesting in that line, it doesn't hurt to keep reinvest. My God, the Dallas Cowboys keep reinvesting in the line all the time, don't they? They keep investing in the line, and and look, they keep losing guys. Now they've lost 2 guys, and they'll have to keep reinvesting in that line. What are you gonna do, man?
Who did they lose?
Huh?
Who did they lose?
Our guy and Leal.
Oh yeah. Well, okay. Again, to me, right tackle was not when that.
No, but I'm saying Dallas has to reinvest. That's all I'm saying is that they're now is what I'm saying. So it's kind of part of the process, anyways, And in the end, my brother, if they don't fix this line, they're not going anywhere. I mean, they have no choice, Alan. They have to fix this line because
based on the way the team is built, absolutely, no question about it. But Cincinnati showed last year you can have success even if you have a bad line.
I know, but you're not going to win it all. So let's get
Dude,
the line.
They were at midfield. They were at midfield driving for a game-winning touchdown in the Super Bowl. I mean, how much closer do you want?
There's
this is where the elite quarterback makes a difference.
No. Listen, Burrow's Burrow. But my point is, I almost think that this is a team that got hot at the right time. They're really not that good. And I think that this year will kind of show that, even though they did add some linemen now. So at least I give them credit because they added my guy Kappa. And I'm not that big on the Collins guy.
Ted Karras.
And Ted Karras is a solid center overall. But, at least they added some linemen. But I just have a feeling that, I don't know if the Bengals will be as good as they were last year. I'll be interested to – I almost have that feeling like it's Boomer Esiason and Ken Anderson again. And those teams were better. They didn't come back. They never made it back. You know what I mean? They had their run and, I don't know.
We'll see. I mean, because you mentioned they got hot. Yeah, they got hot, but they beat every good team in the AFC. I mean, they beat Tennessee. They beat
I know.
I
know. Hey, listen, I saw Andrew Luck get to the AFC Championship game one year with no line, no running game. Right. Because he's special, and you can only do that so much. Correct. And then you take a beating and you take a pounding and all of that. But in the end, if you build that line, Alan, then you have long-term success. That's the thing. Instead of being a one-hit wonder. Yes.
You can keep it together for a long time, correct. And the Eagles are a good example of that. And Pittsburgh for a long time had a kick-ass line. And now it's gone by the wayside, and they're still finding a way to make the playoffs, which is a testament to Mike Tomlin, but who should have been a Dolphin coach in 2007, but that's an entirely different story.
Right, by the way, tell Poupart that Burrow made his line worse than what it was by standing still like a trunk for 4 seconds in the pocket. He had no knee, bro. Come on.
Yeah, Joe Burrow was a complete stiff who didn't elevate anybody on that offense. I apologize.
No, but he was playing with one leg at the second half of that game, dude. He got whacked. He came back after that brutal injury. It's not his.
Was he talking about just the Super Bowl, or was he talking about the entire season?
No, I think because of that crap throw he made that kind of cost him, the interception where he had that terrible throw in the Super Bowl. The one panic throw. In the Super Bowl. He had a panic throw in the Super Bowl and ended up in a pick six, right? It was a pick six, right?
That's not Burrow. That was Kyler Murray. It's Kyler Murray in the playoffs.
Oh, it was Murray. It was Murray. That's right. No, that's right. It was Murray. That's right. That poor kid came back from that knee injury. And I thought didn't he play all right with the knee injury?
Who?
He played half decent. Burrow, even when he came back from the knee injury.
He was fine.
Right?
He was fine. And they singled.
Burrow's a monster. Burrow's a monster.
On fourth down with the game on the line, they singled Aaron Donald and let their left guard go ahead block him. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's over. Right. Nobody's going to block that guy one-on-one. All right, so if Teron Armstead signs, would you say the free agent part of the offseason is an A+?
No.
No?
A+.
What grade? Okay, A-. A. You're not giving it a B with Armstead, right?
The problem with the Dolphins have done, and this is the problem, is I look at the whole of this team. Tell me the impact players on this team. If you were to rank like the top 20 players in the AFC East, how many are Dolphin players? 2, maybe 3. In the meantime, you look at Buffalo added Von Miller, the Raiders added Devontae Adams, the Chargers added Khalil Mack.
Terrible contract, Von Miller.
I understand that.
Oh
but you might not be complaining about his contract if the Bills win the Super Bowl next season. My point is,
let's see if they win it.
My point is the Dolphins got on the doorstep of the playoffs each of the last 2 years. But when the money games showed up, you could see that this was a team that just has a collection of good, solid players, but is really lacking in terms of top-end elite talent. And nothing has changed with this offseason because the guys they signed are all pretty much complimentary guys. Cedric Wilson, Chase Edmonds, Alec Ingold, Teddy Bridgewater, who signed as a backup. Trent Scherfield.
I love that signing. I think that's a great signing.
Which one?
Bridgewater. That's a Strock signing.
It's great, but he's a backup. He's not going to make a huge impact on your team.
Yes, he is. He's going to make an excellent impact because he'll be on the sideline seeing stuff that Tua may not see. He will help Tua, dude. Definitely he will help Tua, man, because he's got 7 years of experience, 8 years of experience, whatever the hell it is. And plus, Jacoby Brissett mentally is a midget compared to Teddy Bridgewater. Teddy Bridgewater is a professor, bro. That guy is, the good Lord just didn't give him enough talent to be a stud at this level. But Teddy Bridgewater is a stud. All he needed was a little bit more arm and athleticism, and he would be a Hall of Famer. I'm telling you, he's Strock, bro.
Okay.
He's Strock on the sidelines.
Okay,
I really love that signing.
If Tua
not as a player, he won't take you anywhere as a player. But
that's my point. That's precisely my point. Okay, and if Tua takes a major step, and we can clearly see that it was because of Teddy Bridgewater's tutelage, I'll walk it back. What I'm saying right now. But what I'm saying right now is this is still a team that is going to be very solid, is going to be competitive, but to me is still lacking badly and clearly in top-end talent.
Okay, I mean, we'll see. I mean, Javon Holland could turn in top end. You know what I mean? And X is going to play top end. Hopefully, maybe Ogba can be top end. And if you sign Teron Armstead, could be top end. And if you get an offensive line and a running game, Tua can be top end. And Gesicki can be a top end pass catcher for you at tight end. Not a top end blocker.
That's an awful lot of
candy. Huh?
Okay. I hope it pans out in every single situation you just said. To me, again, but Emmanuel Ogba, who I really like as a player, who I advocated for his re-signing time and time again with you and then writing as well. To me, what you got the past 2 years was very, very good.
Awesome.
And correct. That's what you get. Would you call him a game changer?
Yes. Really? Hell yeah, I would call him a game changer. Sacks, block passes. And the hurries, hell yeah, he's a game changer, dude.
I mean, he's not a game wrecker like some of the other guys.
Okay, there's only one Aaron Donald.
I'm not talking about just Aaron Donald. I'm talking about.
Okay, so how many game
Trey
records?
Hendrickson, for example, to me, made more of an impact with the Bengals last year.
Who?
Trey Hendrickson.
Oh, yeah, he's a great sack artist, dude. Yeah,
Max Crosby is more of an impact player. That's what I'm talking about.
How many sacks did Max Crosby have?
I'm not.
How many more did he have than Ogba?
Not just sacks. I mean, I watched the Raiders.
No, Ogba's not. That's why I brought it up, because Ogba's more than sacks, my friend.
Well,
that's why I brought it up. If I'm correct, isn't he one of the top leaders in hurries? And he leads the NFL in batted passes.
He does. Yes, he does.
So I don't see that from from Mad Max.
Then we look. I'm talking my eyeballs.
You made it sound
Go ahead.
like there are home wreckers all over the NFL. Okay, and that are over Agba, and that's just not the case. There's only a couple of guys, maybe, but outside of that, Agba
did say easily 10, if not 15.
Wow.
Myles Garrett, T.J. Watt, Von Miller.
No.
Sorry.
TJ. That's right. Not his brother. Not the brother. Okay. Not the big brother.
Not the big brother. Not anymore. Yeah.
No, hasn't been for years. For years. It's been a while for JJ.
Yep.
Chandler, probably.
Chandler Jones.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, there's probably about 10 guys, maybe. I don't know about 15. Can you name 15?
Off the top, I'd have to go team by team. It's kind of going to make a boring video when you do that.
Okay, I'll send you a DM, a text, or something if you come up with 15.
There you go.
In front of. Remember, you gotta include the hurries, the block passes, and the sacks.
Dude, okay. I know what a game record as a pass rusher looks like.
Okay, all right.
Shockingly enough.
I'm saying Megan Thee Stallion is also a game record too. I don't know if you heard.
I have not heard.
She was hitting on ASAP Rocky, which is not good. See, that's game wrecking right there.
It's an absolute shame. If I could name you one song either of those two sing, I'd be impressed.
And you have no idea what I'm talking about either, right?
No, I know who they are, but I don't know the particular.
The reason I mention is because ASAP Rocky is with Rihanna. Rihanna's pregnant.
Oh.
So over the weekend, Rihanna started unfollowing Megan Thee Stallion. Okay. And so did, I think it was maybe Ciara or somebody else also unfollowed Megan the Stallion because Megan started flirting with ASAP Rocky.
Jeez.
And Riri, which is Rihanna, by the way, signed just in case. And Riri signed Megan Thee Stallion to a Fenty contract. So this is how she repays Riri by hitting on her man. So that's why I was talking about a game wrecker. See,
that's a game wrecker.
Some guys were thinking about Megan Thee Stallion just shaking her ass on stage. I'm talking about her ruining a relationship.
Trying to. What did A$AP Rocky do? Did he go there?
No, he didn't do anything. It was just messing with him, and A$AP Rocky knew his place. He was like, yo, no. I got my girl.
Okay,
I got my girl and she's pregnant. So yeah, that's what's going on, man. That's what's going on in that other world.
That's the real stuff right there.
That's the real stuff right there. See, that's what you get on this show. You get the real stuff. Mm-hmm. All right, what are they going to get on Sports Illustrated so they can check you out?
Well, it's mostly, especially since I'm on vacation mode while still working, it's mostly going to be like
hate for Agba,
whatever breaks, and obviously if Teron Armstead. Signs will be all over it with all the ramifications and analyzing what it means.
And an article of 77 players better than Agba.
See, now you've gone from 10 to 15 to 77, man. And people say you exaggerate a lot. Holy moly,
Cuban! What the hell? It's like law. It's like I'm supposed to do that. If I don't exaggerate, then you've got to take the Cuban title away from me. You got to strip it from me if I don't exaggerate. All right. Follow him on Twitter at Poopart NFL and make sure you bookmark his page at Sports Illustrated. Every Dolphin fan on the planet needs to bookmark that page. That man types out about 87 articles, even when he's in the middle of the Pirates of the Caribbean. It's amazing. Print, send. It's amazing. Poopart, you're awesome.
Bad reception over there, though.
Yeah. Well, the problem is you keep doing it when you're dipping on the falls, right? When he's telling you rough waters ahead, matey. You can't do it. You got to wait towards the end to hit send, bro.
Okay,
then you're okay. There you go. All right. Be good, my brother. Thank you.
Right back at you, bud.
There you go. Alan Poupar and our Sports Grill Miami Dolphins report.
This has been the Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Insider Report with Alan Poupart, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Make sure you subscribe to the podcast and never miss a report. Search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Visit Sports Grill in our sponsored locations in Miami on Bird Road and 114th and in Miami Lakes in the Royal Oaks Plaza.
John Davis is asking me, Big O, why do you think Eichenberg is a right tackle and not a solid guard? Why? Because a bunch of coaches that coach the offensive line told me all last year, he's a right guard. What the hell are they doing? He's a right guard. What's he doing? Just saving their ass because they don't have a left guard, left tackle. That's what my guys are saying. There's one guy's like, I can't believe it. They didn't get a left tackle. That's why they're putting that kid over there. He's supposed to be on the right side. You can tell. Look at his footwork. I mean, I'm just laughing on the other side and all that. He's just going off. So I am going by people that actually coach the offensive line in the NFL. A couple of them that are just out of the league and one that's still in the league, actually. And all three of them swore he was a right tackle. All three of them. So I'm going with people that actually did the job for a living. And they were convinced. I didn't tell him, hey, this guy said this and this guy said that and this guy, no, nothing. What do you think about this kid? And every one of those conversations ended with Eichenberg is a right tackle. Okay? And I told you guys this last year when I talked to him. And I told you the story about one of them saying he's just saving their asses. They don't have somebody they can count on the left side. So that's why they put him there. And I don't even know if that's true. Maybe it was just dumb luck on their part and they just put him over there or whatever. But that's why. I'm not an offensive line coach. I didn't sleep at a Holiday Inn. I don't know anything about it. So I can't tell you what a guy that was in Notre Dame is going to play at the NFL level. So I'll go with the pros that I know and go with what they said. And they think he's a right tackle. So we'll find out. Okay. All right. So I'm trying to see if there's any news there. Nope. Let's see. Weapon X United. Welcome back, my brother. He says, that gut is Bilk's homer if I ever seen on the slurp job on the Bills. Oh, my God. Talk about Marcel. Well, he covered him for a couple years. But, again, the one thing that the disagreement I have with Marcel is the comparisons are never fair. And that's the part that bothers me about the whole Tua thing, is that you use the comparisons very loosely, and that's what he did in that conversation when he goes, well, Mac looked better than Tua in week 1. Well, of course, he's got the coach, the offensive line, the running game. Tua doesn't. Who's not going to look better? But I don't believe Mac Jones is better than Tua. No, not even close. But I get it, man. It's been 2 years of incompetence all around him, so he looks terrible. And so people have lost confidence in him. They think they're wrong when they saw him now. If you were tanked for Tua guy and all of a sudden now you see him and somehow you've been convinced, and then all the other negativity, it doesn't allow you to fight against it. And so you go with it. So you give into it. It's Joe Shad, who I love to death, and I've known for 20 years. And, in a nice way, a couple months ago, he was like, sometimes you could be strong-willed or hard-headed about things and you won't be as flexible. And I told him, yeah, I am. I'm hard-headed. I'm set in my ways. There's no doubt about that. And I'll tell you. But then the one thing that I would, and I know where it was coming from, but what I would tell you is, well, I don't get swayed that easy. And one of the things I'm sure what he can't come up with is, when did I stick to my guns to something that was clearly wrong, and it ended up becoming wrong, and I still stuck to my guns against it? Hasn't happened. But I did stick to my guns with Ryan Tannehill. Even when he was having success, I kept telling everybody that is not real. That's all manufactured. That's all on plays. That's all on script. He can never go off script. He can never be counted on to be a difference maker. But when it's on script, he's fine. When you're leading, he's fine. When Derrick Henry's dominating, he's fine. But people didn't want to believe that. But I stuck to my guns on that. And eventually, I got proven right again. Because the moment came, they stopped Henry. Now it was up to him. And what happened? 3 interceptions. I stuck to my guns, no matter what. And it's the same thing here. I saw Tua play in Alabama. I know he can ball. I know he can be a hell of a player. But he also needs people around him to help him because he's not Superman. He can't block for everybody. He can't catch for everybody. He can't run for everybody. He can't coach for everybody. So I'll stick to my guns, and I'm not going to believe that the last 2 years are his fault. The last 2 years are an aberration. The last 2 years are incompetence on the offensive side of the ball by one man named Brian Flores. Now, Mike McDaniel will either prove me right or prove me wrong. He hopefully will fix the offense, and then Tua will then show what he can do. And if he doesn't, then I'll tell you, I'm wrong. Okay? I was wrong. Tua was not the guy. But I think I'm dead on target. I think Tua is going to be a Pro Bowl player. I think he's going to be a hell of a player. But he needs help like any quarterback in the world. And the Miami Dolphins have not given him any help whatsoever. So this year we will find out. But a lot of you that believed in Tua, you have lost your faith. And you've gone to the dark side. You're now part of the empire. Okay? But the rebellion will live on. The rebellion will dominate. The rebellion will win. We will blow up the Death Star. We will destroy all the negativity. And the force will take over, which is Tua. That's it. It's the bottom line. And those of us that believed and stayed believing in the young man will be proven right. Why? Because we're going to see an offensive line, hopefully. We'll see a running game. We'll see creative coaching. And that's what a quarterback needs to complement him in order to go have success. So I will stick to my guns, and I will believe in the young man. Those of you that don't, we will find out in the end who's right or who's wrong. I just hope that those of you out there that don't believe in Tua, that don't think that he's tall enough, fast enough, strong enough, I don't know, whatever else you want to, you think he's lazy. That's another one out there, right? Yeah, no, he doesn't work hard. No, of course, somebody that blows out their hip in November and is ready for football in September. Yeah, no, they have terrible work ethic, of course. Yeah, of course. But time will answer all, man. So this conversation will continue day after day. It's amazing. We talked about this kid for 2 years before he got here because it was all about tank for Tua. And now we talk about this kid every day, and it's either a hate or love fest. And it's what side are you on? But I just hope that those of you that don't believe in him for whatever reason, at least you find somewhere in your heart to, like, the magic word, compartmentalize and say, I still want the Dolphins to win. So I really want Tua to do well. I really want to be wrong. I hope that at least Those of you that don't believe in Tua Tagovailoa, at least you're a good enough Dolphins fan to at least separate the two and say, I hope I'm dead wrong. I hope Tua balls out. I hope my friends that I keep telling them Tua can't play or can't throw or whatever make fun of me, because in the end, it means my Miami Dolphins are winning and found a quarterback. I hope at least those of you that are off the bandwagon and don't believe in Tua Tagovailoa, at least you find the common sense to root for somebody that wears the aqua and orange. Okay? Because he is wearing the aqua and orange. So we should be rooting for all players in aqua and orange. Let's see. What else do we have here? You talk as if Tua is going to lead the Dolphins to the Super Bowl this year. James, what can I tell you? I'll be in Arizona celebrating with Tua. You won't be, but I will. So this was the tune-up year, I told you. Titles in 2023, it's going to happen. What can I tell you, James? I'll be there broadcasting live. Come on out and join us in Arizona. What can I tell you? I'm excited. The Dolphins are going to win their third Super Bowl this year. Newfoundland says, nah, man, they're going to hate on something. Peter Holland Jr. says, Big O, have you seen what The Athletic wrote about Urban Meyer? It's sickening. He got an NFL job. He had no idea who Aaron Donald is. Yeah, well, I mean, it's listen, I was never an Urban Meyer guy. I never believed in it. I think he's a clown. I think he's a despicable human being, has been since his days at Florida. So I personally have never been an Urban Meyer guy. And, you know, the rip job I gave him on ESPNU when I was hosting was a legendary one that they made sure that I never hosted again on ESPNU, because on that channel, you have to kiss college football's ass. You can't necessarily criticize it. So they freaked out when I trashed Urban Meyer. I have never been an Urban Meyer guy, so I'm not surprised. Bradley Maddox says, Big O, I'm not saying this to butter you up, but I agree with you 100 on Tua. Gosh, he had no chance to flourish. Zero. Big O, his team does not believe in him. If they did, he would be a captain. What QB is not a captain? Well, first of all, the QB is always the captain. You don't need a C to be a captain. So in the end, the QB is going to lead. And I wouldn't say that they don't believe in him. I would tell you that sometimes you have media members that are trying to maybe back up their narrative instead. That's what I would say. We'll find out this year. All of this crap, if he has success, will disappear. Those of you that say he's not a leader, those of you that say he's not good enough, he doesn't have a strong enough arm, he's not intelligent enough, he's lazy, he plays too much golf, whatever stupid ass excuse some of you want to use, they'll all disappear. We'll find out this year. The Wayne D Experience says, Big O, it's my birthday. I'm blessed and happy to be here. I'm 33, been a Dolphins fan since age 4. Love your show. Big dog, let's fix this O-line, baby. Who can I get a Yahoo? Or a yo? First of all, Wayne, happy birthday to you, sir. And may you celebrate at least 166 more so you can get to 199. So thank you, sir, for supporting the show. Appreciate you. And thank you for supporting the Dolphins. Don't forget, folks, to smash the hell out of the like button. We got 740 people right now watching, and there's 258 likes. Let's get it up to those 700, man. This helps us out immensely. You want this show to grow so we can add more insiders, so we can travel more and go cover all the events that South Florida fans want for the Heat, the Dolphins, the Marlins, the Panthers, the Canes, Inter Miami, you name it. Smash the like button, man. Visit our sponsors. All these kind of things are very, very important. Okay? So please smash the like button. We got a shit ton of people that are watching. Let's get that likes way up there, man. That is so huge for our show. So I'd appreciate it immensely if you can smash that like button. By the way, don't forget, Tommy B. Butz Jr. Enterprises, a proud sponsor of our show. And if you need your roof repaired, you still have a blue tarp. Listen, hurricane season's a couple of months away. It starts up in June, really. Late May, early June, you're starting already. So we're right around the corner. So if you need to fix that roof, you don't want to do it during the rainy season, then stuff gets ruined. And by the way, now's the time to fix the roof before that rainy season and before the hurricane season. And if you're buying a home, you want to inspect it, call Tommy B. Butz Jr. Enterprises, folks. 954-735-9826. That's 954-735-9826. They specialize in all types of roofs. And by the way, all work is fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. Support the great people that support us. Tommy B. Butz Jr. Enterprises.com. Tell them that Big O sent you. They will take care of you. Big O, check the kid from San Diego State College, Ariza. He's a game changer as a punter. When I see this kid punting, reminds me of Roberto Carlos, the leg from Brazilian soccer team in the early 2000s. So wait a minute, bro. So if he's going to do Roberto Carlos on us, what's he going to do? Then kick the ball and it's going to go out of bounds? Because Roberto Carlos had that he can bend it. Like Beckham wished he could bend it like Roberto Carlos. If I remember correctly, Roberto Carlos had a nasty bend. So I don't know, bro. I don't want, if he's bending them, I'm having fun with you, bro. Relax. Just having some fun. Tua's pocket awareness is a breath of fresh air after seeing years of Tannehill get rocked. Tua, with time in the pocket, is an exciting prospect and super dangerous. Bro, I turned 46 yesterday, says Willie. Big O, give me a shout out. Willie Duper Molina, happy birthday, sir. Happy Buddy Ryan to you, sir. Because Buddy Ryan ran the 46 defense. So happy Buddy Ryan to you, Willie Duper Molina. Let's, did I take a break for hour number 3? I did not, right? Let's do it now. Let's break. Hour number 3 is next.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butz Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butz Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make the difference. The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of fantasyxs.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to Caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Sloman's Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tommy B. Butz Jr. Enterprises.com. Licensed roofing contractor. 100% financing is available. Go to Tommy B. Butz Jr. Enterprises.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, 0 transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Yes, sir. Welcome aboard. It is hour number 3 already on the program. Thank you all for keeping it locked here on the show. Already had Ira Winderman. We talked to Alan Poupart and Marcel Louis-Jacques. Joe Shad will join us at the bottom of the hour. By the way, this weekend, Ryan Vargas. So, Sean, Ryan Vargas had a pretty damn good finish, huh? He ended up 12th in that race. I don't know if you guys watched the race and checked it out. Our logo was front and center on there. Well, not front and center, but I mean on the back end of the quarter panel. And even in that picture, damn it, you know what? Can you pull up that picture of the one where it's racing by? I think you can probably do something like that. I don't know if you can pull that one up, but there's one where he's crossing the finish line, and you can clearly see the logo for the car, which is actually really, really cool that you can see the logo, man. I thought it was actually awesome to check out the logo, and it was a fun race. It was fun to watch. I thought Ryan did a really good job overall in that race, man. I was really, really impressed with him, and being able to dodge a couple of wrecks Okay, because that there were a couple wrecks that, and his partner unfortunately did not survive. By the way, Sean, you have it there? Oh, there you go. Nice. If you can you enlarge that? I don't know if you can enlarge it. But if you can enlarge it, there's the logo right there. There's our logo right there. So on the back corner, I don't know if you can enlarge the picture. Like, let me see. How about the Sean? Let me see. Let me try this one that I have. How about that one now? There you go. That's the enlarged one there. I don't know if that's is that mine there or yours? So there you go. You can see it right here. So that was our logo. It's pretty good, man. Good stuff. It was fun race. And his partner he was ahead of him, and he ended up his gas pump, right? Ended up giving out. Something like that.
Fuel pump went out.
Fuel pump? Yep. Unfortunately, man. But it was a fun race. And Ryan's headed to Austin this week. So I was talking to we're going to get him on this week. We'll get him on and talk a little bit about that. See the new Perform video, Big O? I don't know. I just played actually a Perform video for Marcel because he wanted to see running and throwing, and I guess he doesn't follow Perform, so he doesn't follow, where Tua works out all the time. Let me see. Okay. We got let's give you the latest workout video for Tua Tagovailoa. And here you go. We got it. We got it for you. We're set. Here you go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, boy.
There we go. There we go.
Finish. Oh, yes, sir.
So it's more than just Tua working out. Let's go, kid.
That's Lynn Bowden with him. Lynn Bowden's
Lynn Bowden's been like hardcore working out with him there. He's going to light it up this year, bro. Light it up. You block, you run for this kid, he'll be fine.
Good. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Lighten it up.
Hell yeah.
All right, that one's light compared to some of the other ones that they've been showing us. But there you go. You guys should follow Perform, and instead of the F, it's a 4 when you spell Perform on Twitter, and follow it, and you'll see a lot of the workout stuff from Tua there, maybe on a daily basis almost. Oh, although some people think he's always playing golf and really doesn't, he's screwing around and not really working out and all that kind of stuff. I wonder if the Dolphins are bringing back Duke Johnson. No, I don't think so. It doesn't seem like it, my man. It doesn't seem like it. Let's see. Love you, Big O. Met you on Dudley Durong's show and now watch every show on both channels. Question: do you think if Ross gets let go that it would affect how the team plays this season? First of all, that Ross stuff I don't think will happen this year. If anything, it'll go into next year, not this year. And no, it will not affect the team whatsoever at all. Doesn't do anything for them. You just hope that, if Bruce is going to take over, that he's willing to spend like Stephen Ross spends. That's what you're hoping for. Okay? Lynn Bowden is going to become Tua's go-to guy. He might be one of them. You never know. By the way, Samuel Tuliamoto. I know I butchered that name, but thank you again, sending us a little love on the Cash App, because you're always sending it on the Cash App. So thank you, sir, as always, for making your donation. Let's do this. Let's take a look at our KSDT Sports Business Minute. Well, some clubs like Chelsea, they've got some issues right now with having a Russian oligarch as your owner, and now you've got to put up the team for sale and limitations, and people don't want to deal with you because you got a Russian oligarch. Well, that's not the case for Barcelona. Barcelona is printing money. Barcelona has now confirmed a partnership with Spotify. That's right. They're going to make the streaming service Barcelona's shirt sponsor, while Camp Nou will be rebranded as Spotify Camp Nou. Under terms of the deal, Spotify, which is now the club's main partner and official audio streaming partner, will appear on the front of both the Barcelona men's and women's teams for the next 4 seasons, starting with the 22-23 season. Spotify will also sponsor the training shirts for the next 3 seasons. The long-term deal for the Camp Nou title begins in July and will continue throughout the redevelopment of the venue. The vision of the partnership is to create a new platform to help artists interact with Barcelona's global community of fans. The agreement is subject to ratification at a club members' assembly on April 3rd, with a public announcement to follow. Barcelona-based La Vanguardia reported in February that the deal would be worth over $307 million for 3 years. $307 million for the rights fees to put your name on the shirts, men and women, for that time. Is that crazy? $307 million. Holy moly. Damn, that Joe Rogan money is producing, baby. Big time. According to the most recent data from Spotify, by the way, it has 406 million monthly users and 180 million subscribers. The deal sees Spotify replacing Japan's Rakuten on the front of Barcelona shirts. That deal had been worth $60 million a season. The Spotify partnership will come as a boost to Barcelona, which was this week warned by La Liga that it must reduce costs and increase their income to be able to make a significant investment in the squad this summer. Crazy stuff, dude. Spotify. That's a big-ass deal, man. They're printing money in certain soccer teams, man. No news on Armstead for those of you that are asking. At least I haven't seen anything. Nope, I don't see anything so far on the line there. But anyway, I'm sorry. That is your KSDT Sports Business Minute.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
All right, time to talk a little football with Joe Shad and our AmericanDreamLending.com Miami Dolphins report.
Dolphins fans, buckle up. It's time for the American Dream Lending Miami Dolphins report with Joe Shad. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. Call them at 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. Here's Joe Shad with today's edition of the American Dream Lending report.
With the legend that is Joe Shad. How you feeling, baby? You feeling good? You close to 100% or what?
Much better, Big O. Thanks for asking. Still got a little bit of a cough, but I am much better on the mend.
Yeah, those colds can last, man, 2-3 weeks. So they're nasty, man. They'll stay with you for a little while. So hang in there, my brother. Plenty of liquids, and you'll get rid of it soon. And by the way, next time, little nature B. Protect yourself. Get those 2 golden capsules in your system every day, my brother. That's the extra protection that you need right there. All right, so Tua needs some extra protection, and not from Nature B, although that will help, but really Teron Armstead. So what are you hearing, bro? Because really, this is what's going to make or break the free agent cycle right here. You get Teron Armstead, successful free agent cycle. You don't get Teron Armstead, you kind of walk away a little uneasy, unhappy, unsatisfied.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at what other AFC contenders have done, they've loaded up. I mean, you could argue that 8 of the teams that the Dolphins are competing with for an AFC playoff spot have improved their rosters, some very significantly. And general manager Chris Grier knows that he had to come away with a veteran, proven, capable, stabilizing offensive tackle, whether it was on the left or the right side. But, you know, a lot of people are saying, man, why not a right tackle? Why not a right tackle? You know what? Even though Tua Tagovailoa is left-handed, the left tackle position is still extremely important. And adding a Teron Armstead, which I fully expect will happen. Who comes to South Florida? Who comes to South Florida? Who comes to South Florida and decides to leave? It doesn't happen, baby. Once you get off that plane.
I just love that confidence. I love that confidence.
Teron Armstead wouldn't have gotten on that plane if he didn't want to be here. Chris Grier knows he needs to get the deal done. It's going to get done. Unless something comes up in the medical about the knee that's just very, very frightening, that's the thing they got to check. They got to check the health. And I understand Armstead has missed a lot of games due to various injuries, particularly concerned about the knee. But this is going to be a good move for the Dolphins, a necessary signing.
Oh, I'm with, and listen, in the end, you kind of hit on it. He has to make this happen, Joe. Chris Grier can't allow him to leave because you will then have your doubts. You're putting even more pressure on this coaching staff to fix this offensive line. And in the end, you needed an injection of a couple of veterans on this line. One of them is not enough, really. I don't believe all these guys are terrible. I believe a couple of them will end up panning out, which will end up becoming what the average is. Out of those 5 guys, you should get 2 or 3 that are good. So if you can get a couple of those guys good and get the veterans in there, then you're fine. But without Armstead, this creates a real problem for them still, and it puts a ton of pressure on them to build a line.
Yeah, you don't want Austin Jackson or Liam Eichenberg as your first-string left tackle going into the spring. You want Teron Armstead as your first-team left tackle, a guy who's been to 4 Pro Bowls, a guy who's 30 years old, a guy who is physical and mobile and agile and strong and has a mean streak and is a good team leader. I mean, you haven't had a left tackle like this since Laramie Tunsil.
Right.
Kind of reminds me of Brandon Albert in terms of a guy who had done it. And I know that Brandon had some injury problems, but you got to roll the dice here. You bring this guy in and then you say, okay, let's figure out if Rob Hunt is best suited for right tackle or right guard. Settle that, and then let Liam Eichenberg and Austin Jackson compete for the other spot. It's a much better situation for the Dolphins. I know that Chris Grier isn't ready to give up on Hunt, Eichenberg in particular, and even Jackson. But Jackson competing at backup left tackle, backup left guard, backup right tackle is much better than saying we need to start Austin Jackson.
Amen. Yes. Amen. No, yeah. I'd rather have a bunch of guys battling for that swing tackle job, which is what Austin Jackson will be battling for, because I think Eichenberg will be the right tackle, and obviously Armstead will be the left tackle when it's all said and done. So I think that will end up settling that. Just question, how come there hasn't, well, at least it doesn't seem like it or anything like that, but what have you heard about the center position? Because we haven't really seen their names attached to any of the free agents.
Yeah, listen, you don't have to pay a lot for a center. You pay your tackles 10 to 20 million. The centers, you can get one for 2 million or 1.5 million. There's always centers. Okay. I'm not worried about center. They're going to add a center, whether it's in free agency or the draft. I would not pencil in Michael Dieter as your starting center. They're going to add a center to compete. Remember last year they had Matt Skura. Now, Matt Skura didn't make it,
Right.
but that's an example of the kind of guy you can add, not worried about center.
So let me ask you, as I'm sure you've asked around, have they been in the mix for any of the top centers? Because obviously once Brady came back, nobody was going to get Jensen anyway. But like J.C. Tretter's still out there. He's a damn good player, Joe. And where you and I are going to disagree a little bit, I'm going to go with the Sean Payton philosophy, where Sean Payton made sure that Drew Brees had exceptional centers and guards because he did not want that pocket to ever crumble. He actually took more chances on his tackles than he did his guards and his centers. If you go look at the history, he made sure he had elite players in those positions. So I believe the same thing with short quarterbacks. I believe you need to be elite in the middle. You've got to give that short quarterback a beautiful pocket so he can step in and have passing lanes too, which is very, very important. So that's where I disagree with you. But I'm asking you, did you hear of them being interested in J.C. Tretter or any of the maybe more elite tackles that were available, elite centers that were available?
Yeah, there was some talk that they might have been interested in Jensen early in the process. Obviously, that became a non-starter once Tom Brady came back. I don't know about their level of interest in J.C. Tretter. Obviously, he's a guy who's a very accomplished center, maybe not quite the player he was a few years ago. But you have to put the odds of Michael Dieter starting at center at 50%. So I think it's as likely that there's someone else starting at center for the Dolphins as it is Michael Dieter. Now, Michael Dieter, hard worker, improved.
He did. He played better this year.
Was buried and but he's a big dude, and I think when you look at the zone offense, you want very mobile, athletic dudes. You'd be more likely to move, from inside out than outside in.
Right.
So we'll see.
Okay. Anything else are you hearing in free agency for the Dolphins right now?
Well, I mean, obviously they need a punter. They're going to keep their, ears open for a return type. But I mean, they brought back a lot of guys on defense. Obviously they believe that they don't really need to augment their defense at all. This gives them you sign Armstead now, it gives you some flexibility with that 20.
Let me run this by you. Let me run this by you. Could it be that they're thinking this? If we improve the offense and we can run the ball and we can punch people in the mouth and control the clock a little bit on this side, our defense will get better just from that, really. Because if our offense is going 3 and out all the time like it was before, well, then obviously all the pressure falls on the defense. Our defense is fine. We got to improve our offense. By improving our offense, our defense will automatically get better.
You added Teron Armstead, you added Connor Williams, you added Raheem Mostert, you added Chase Edmonds, you add an Alec Ingold. All of a sudden, your running game is looking a heck of a lot better. And in a time where so many NFL teams are going pass, Mike McDaniel wants to go against the grain, and that is going to help Tua Tagovailoa. That's going to give him a better chance to succeed. If Armstead, man, there's no reason this wouldn't get done unless there's some medical thing that pops up.
I agree with you.
This completely changes the outlook of Dolphins free agency. I mean, without an Armstead, you're looking at like a C grade. With an Armstead, you're looking at, maybe a BB plus. That's how much this one player matters.
Damn, I'm giving an A to them. You were also brutal like Allen. He didn't want to give him an A either if they signed Armstead.
I had my landscape company, Big O, you'll appreciate this. My landscape company, very good landscape. Do we have a landscape sponsor?
No, not yet, but we could use one.
I bet you these folks would like to sponsor one of our segments. So
let's do it.
The lady emails me. She goes, "Hey, would you do me a favor and put a nice review on Angie's or Google review?" I said, "Sure." So I wrote all these nice things: reputable, reliable, communicative, attention to detail, all this. And then I gave them 4 out of 5 stars because I thought, well, 5 stars, like I can't really give anybody 5 stars. She was upset. She wanted to know, what could we have done better? Where did we go wrong? And I looked at the reviews and I looked it up. It was like 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. I was the only knucklehead with 4. So my question to you is this:
what is wrong with
I said
you?
to her,
Why are you so hard on people?
4 stars out of
Jeez.
5. Is 4 stars out of 5 an indication of needs improvement? Is a B to Chris Grier an indication of needs improvement?
You just said they kick ass and they're good enough to be a sponsor on our show, and you give them 4 stars. What the hell's wrong with you?
Well, 4.5 is not available on Google
gets
reviews.
5, baby. Okay, Edge
5
Energy
is perfect.
gets 5.
5 is
Acura
perfect.
Pembroke Pines gets 5.
Drafting Tom Brady
gets 5.
Drafting Tom Brady is like a 5. Drafting Xavier Howard is like a 5 in the second round. All right, it's hard to get a 5. It's hard. 5 out of 5.
Man, they gave you good service. They did a really good job, and you jobbed them of a star. Damn, I tell you.
Chris Grier, 5 out of 5.
And going back to the Dolphins, you can't give them an A if they get Armstead. They get a left tackle. They get a left guard.
Look, I don't know what
fullback.
Listen,
I think they got a slot receiver because I believe this new kid is going to be the slot, and I think Waddle's going to the outside. I think they did a lot of things that they filled a lot of needs that they had to have. I just think, you know what I think it is? I think some of you guys have the Mike Tannenbaum disease. Not enough new shiny objects. So if they're not new shiny objects, but they're just kind of important objects, it's not enough.
Yeah, I understand your point. I think it's also true that Connor Williams is an upgrade over Austin Jackson at left guard. But it is true that I believe he led offensive linemen in the NFL in penalties. So we got to get that cleaned up.
Okay, but see, this is the problem I don't like about sometimes how we approach these things. His first 3 years, he had 10 holding penalties.
Yeah, I think it's going to get cleaned up.
Last year, he had 11. How come we don't say that maybe last year was an aberration because normally he doesn't commit that many penalties? But no, we label it like he's penalty prone, and this is who he is, when in 4 years, he only had 1 bad year of penalties. You know what I mean? It's kind of crazy.
No, I like the Connor Williams signing, but we have to see how these things play out. You know, how does Chase Edmonds deal with perhaps a career high in carries? Can Raheem Mostert stay healthy? I mean, I hope so, but we don't know. Is Cedric Wilson, ready to emerge as a star, or did he reach his peak performance when Cowboys receivers were out last year? I think the Dolphins have done a solid job in free agency. And I do agree that, look at like the Jaguars. Look at how much money they paid 2 very average receivers. Dolphins don't need to do that. General Manager Chris Grier has not done that. Was it Zay Jones was one guy, and who was the other Jaguars receiver? I'm trying to remember.
The naked wide receiver.
The Cardinals, right?
A lot of money.
Christian Kirk.
Do you know the Zay Jones story? Do you know the Zay Jones story?
Yeah, you told me last time.
Did we do that in your segment? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right.
But the Dolphins, listen, low income tax, beautiful weather, beautiful facilities, an energetic, positive-minded head coach who has a reputation of being a really smart dude. There's no reason that these people shouldn't want to come play here.
Right. No, I'm with you.
They
And I
should.
think if you're an offensive lineman, you want to play with these kind of guys because they're and you've been around them on college and the NFL and nothing changes. You're going to run the ball a lot? Oh, linemen love that shit. You're going to pass them? No, dude, I get beat up more than I get to beat on people? No. So that's the other thing that people don't realize. You tell a lineman they get to run more than pass, they're going to go, oh, that's my kind of game right there. I get to beat people up. Because
And Armstead
unfortunately,
is a
when
guy.
you're pass blocking, you're dropping back, taking punishment constantly. It's
And
brutal.
Teron Armstead, the guy that the Dolphins are about to sign to play left tackle, yes, he's a very solid pass protector, but he's also good in the run game. And,
Yes, he is.
And
He's a good player.
so what one thing I'm curious to see is, could Austin Jackson benefit from being around a Teron Armstead?
Oh, for sure, dude. Of
What
course.
if one day he gets a chance to try left tackle again? Now, I'm not ready to say that Austin Jackson can absolutely, undoubtedly never play left tackle in the NFL.
Oh.
He was better as a rookie than he was in his second year.
Yeah, Joe, he had no support, bro. I get it. He was terrible. It's hard to believe in Austin Jackson, all that, but I'm going to give all those guys a break because they weren't really coached up.
2 years ago, Jackson and Hunt were the tackles, right? Think about that.
Yes.
Think about that.
Yeah, well, wasn't Jesse also the tackle instead of Hunt? Hunt moved around a little bit, right?
Hunt 2 years ago, Hunt played more at tackle than guard, right? I don't know. I feel like he played a lot of tackle as a rookie.
I thought Jesse ended up still playing more than he did on that side, but maybe you're right. But either way, my point is that now is when, if they get this line going, then now we can actually get to measure all of these guys. Dieter, Eichenberg, everybody now, even Solomon Kinley, a kid that's been forgotten. And who knows, maybe, although this system, I don't know, it's kind of, he's more of a phone booth guy. He's not really he's not really a pull run guy.
Yeah, I don't think it's a fit. The Robert Jones fella, he's interesting, right?
Yes, he is.
Could he be a factor at tackle or guard at some point?
Yeah, and that's a guy that we don't talk about, that you just never know. And one of the things you nailed, Joe, not giving up on Jackson. You know how many offensive linemen have had crappy careers in their first 1, 2, 3 years sometimes? A lot. There's a lot of them that struggle early in their careers, and they don't figure it out till a while later, and then they become good players. And we've seen it. Even Billy Turner left here, and it took him a few years to figure it out, and the guy's playing in the league for a long time. You know what I mean? So
Eichenberg and Jackson completely lost confidence last year. They had no confidence. And these guys, Applebaum, McDaniel,
Frank
Smith, they're going to rebuild their confidence. I firmly believe that they're going to be in a much better mental place, which will help them have a better chance to succeed on the field.
All right, get the hell out of here because I know you got work to do here at 1 o'clock with the Dolphins. Appreciate you as always. Follow him on Twitter at Shad Joe. More importantly, folks, please subscribe to the Palm Beach Post, all right? And support our local journalists.
And my new newsletter.
They need your support. It can't be only this show supporting our local journalists, okay? We need you guys also. Oh, yeah, exactly. Get into the newsletter like I do. All right, Joe, do your thing, my brother. We'll catch up later in the week.
See you, bud.
You got it. There you go. There's our American Dream Lending.com Miami Dolphins reports.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com.
Folks, it only makes sense to sign Teron Armstead. Look, I am obviously very nervous of his injury history, but where the Dolphins are at right now, the options are drying up. He's a proven stud player. I mean, he is a monster. So he becomes automatically your best player on the line. He becomes the leader of that offensive line, a guy that they can really lean on. I'm talking about all these young linemen. And one of the things that Joe just talked about, that the job of whether it's Frank or McDaniel or anybody else in trying to build up the confidence of these players again, nothing builds the confidence up like a Teron Armstead on the line telling you, hey, young man, you can do your job. I know it. I see it. Do this, do that. I got you. These kind of things are enormous. And having a Teron Armstead help an Eichenberg and help an Austin Jackson and help a Michael Dieter is priceless. Even Williams coming in. Connor's had success. He brings a nasty streak to the line. All of these things are going to help. Experienced offensive line coaches. Experienced offensive line coaches scheming the unit. All of this exists with Mike and Frank and Matt Applebaum. So you have reasons why these young men can rebuild their confidence. They're going to have proven coaches teaching them, helping them. They're going to have proven offensive linemen next to them, showing them in the film room. All of these things will change the attitude of this line going into next season. But you got to sign Armstead. I love the Connor Williams signing. I hate the narrative, as I told Joe right now. I can't stand the fact that they only point at this 1 year where he had a shit ton of of penalties. He had 11 holding penalties out of his 18 penalties, or 17, whatever. But they don't mention that he had 10 holding penalties the 3 years prior. That's the part that effing pisses me off. Because if you only had 10 of them in 3 years, and last year, I don't know what happened, dude. You had a bad year, whatever. Joe Philbin's your coach, whatever. I'm not going to say this is what you are when the majority of your career, you weren't that. So that part bothers me. I mean, look, man, we can't say that what's it called? That Jackson for the Dolphins hasn't been terrible at left tackle and left guard for 2 years. Austin Jackson's been terrible. There's no way of arguing that. But Connor Williams was terrible with penalties in 1 year, not 4 years. The other 3, it wasn't a problem. So something happened last year. Don't know what it is, but he got a little bit off kilter. So get him back on track. But this is the spin. It's the spin job that happens that pisses me off. Be fair to the people. Okay? Now, if they've been terrible for 4, 5, 6 years, then okay, we can say it. But if there are other, circumstances, let's also mention it. Let's be fair to the young man. Anybody tell you that? No, right? They only write or say on the air because, of course, they're parrots. Even whatever on the local station. Oh, well, he was terrible last year. But they didn't do their homework and looked at the first 3 years. Because that's what I did. I kept hearing, oh, he was terrible last year, all the holding penalties. And I go, okay, well, let me go look at what he did the prior 3 years. Oh, he had 10 holding penalties in 3 years. I get it. He had 11 last year, but he had 10 for 3 years. Why isn't the story written, hey, Connor Williams, good pickup? First 3 years, he only had 10 holding penalties. Last year, he struggled a little bit and had 11. Hopefully, he can get back to his natural form his first 3 years. But no, it's got to be, oh, no, Connor Williams, it's not a good signing. He had a lot of holding penalties in his career. It was terrible last year. That's kind of how they'll spin it because they didn't do their homework either. So signing Armstead only makes sense. It makes sense in the leadership department. It makes sense because you got to protect your damn quarterback. Okay? And if you're ever going to find out if this quarterback is the guy, protect him because no quarterback's going to survive getting their asses beat. And I believe Tua will be a hell of a player. He'll be a Pro Bowler. He'll be a star. He can lead you to a Super Bowl, but you got to do your part around him. And signing Armstead is that. And if you're Chris Greer, you got to find a way to get this done. You have to. You have no choice. And if you want to get Zion later on in the draft, in the first round, and move him to center, then all of a sudden you've revamped that left side of your line. You've got some of your other young guys to finish the right side. And who knows, it might turn into one hell of a line. Maybe Eichenberg settles in really well at right tackle. Hunt grows. Zion becomes your center. Connor becomes your left guard. And then you got Armstead as your left tackle. Why not? Sean Stanley, sir, do you have some breaking news? Is that why you are chiming in here? You might want to take the Hialeah thing off your face.
I look better this way.
What do you got?
Veteran running back Duke Johnson signing a 1-year deal with the Bills. He remains in the AFC East.
All right, there you go.
Replacement for J.D. McKissick.
All right. Interesting. Okay. So Duke Johnson goes to the Buffalo Bills. All right. I'm going with what the people over at PFF say, and they like Connor Williams a lot. Well, I don't know about PFF, but I like Connor, so I'm not really worried about PFF. Let's see. People who mention Connor Williams signing only talk about the penalties. I know, but they don't talk about the first 3 years, right? That's the thing. They never mention the first 3 years. Oh, no, he had 11 penalties last year, bro. I mean, 18, but he had 11 holding penalties last year. Oh, he was terrible. Did you know he had 10 his first 3 years? It's the world we live in, man. It's just, let's spin the narrative how it, fits my argument, my discussion. Flat Nuts says, damn, missed my chance to get a Duke jersey with Dolphins. Too bad Duke deserves a shot in Miami. Maybe they felt he's not a good fit for this style. You never know. Connor Williams was the 11th best guard in pro football, and he had the 9th highest pass blocking grade among all guards and 12th best run blocking grade among all guards. He only gave up 15 pressures last year. Dude, he gave up 2 sacks in like 600 and something snaps. He's a good player, man. He's a good player. I don't care what anybody tells me. Connor Williams can play. And they've got people here now that can coach. And I'm sorry, I'm not putting Joe Philbin with these guys. Okay. They have Joe Philbin as their O-line coach. I'm sorry. I can't go there. Once you tell me Joe Philbin, I lose all respect for you. I do. I just lose all respect for you, man. By the way, Sloman's Home Security is a proud sponsor right there, man. Right there, Alarmo. You got to get Alarmo for your home. You can ask them if they have an Alarmo when you order your alarm. They're in 14 different states. So it's not just a Florida thing, okay? We've got listeners in the Northeast that have been calling Sloman's Home Shield. We've got listeners also in the Atlantic states that have been calling Sloman's Home Shield. And thank you all out there. And thank you for mentioning the Big O Show when you do call Sloman's. 1-800-ALARM-ME. And we are right now, the first 40 Big O listeners, we're going to give you a free doorbell camera. That's right. And what I love about that doorbell camera, it connects directly to your smartphone. And listen to this, all right? Besides that, you're also going to get a free customized home security system, professional installation when you use our low-cost central station monitoring, and you're going to get an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3-arm doors, and a backup battery. And I love how you can use it so easily. And Sloman's designed it that way, so even a dummy like me can use it really easy, okay? And what I love is you walk out the house, you lock the door, you forgot to turn on your alarm. no problem. You can turn it on with your phone. If your hands are going to be loaded when you're about to come into the house, no problem. You turn off the alarm with your phone when you pull into the driveway or when you're a mile away or whatever. And that way, you know, when you open the door, you don't have to worry about the alarm. All kinds of convenience. What happens if one of your sensors goes out? You know what? You can go to the keypad and turn off that one sensor. You can call Sloman's. They'll come in and fix that sensor. But meanwhile, you'll be able to use your alarm system and protect your home, folks. It is such a beautiful thing. And that doorbell camera, it has helped me in so many different ways, whether it's somebody delivering, whether it's somebody I don't want to talk to, whether it's somebody that's at the door and I'm not even there, but I can talk to them and say, hey, leave the package. The convenience is amazing. And what you're going to love is that all the cameras are connected to your smartphone. We have cameras on the outside at the doorbell. We have a camera inside for our dogs so we can keep track of them. And on my phone, I keep track of everything. Call them 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. Protect your family, protect your business, protect the people you love with the Sloman's Shield. 1-800-ALARM-ME, and tell them that Big O Radio Show sent you. Okay? All right. The Welton Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line. You see here, let me check the text line to see what the hell is going on and what you guys have sent in. Let's see. Drafting Brady gets an A from Shad. Did he give them the grade the day that they drafted Brady or waited 15 years to give him the grade? Jeez. It's a great point. It's a great point. Bengals defense basically shut out the Chiefs at the end of that first half, then shut them out the second half. If not, Bengals get blown out. Burrow did come back, but the point is no one can ever do it alone. No, you can't. You are correct. Multiple texts there, sir. Thank you. Excellent text by you. Remember, 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line. Big O, 22 women, how the hell are they all wrong and twisted? You are absolutely correct. You should judge when you are right. Say the truth. I love your show. Thank you, Dan B. I appreciate you. He also says these other linemen can learn from Armstead. Yep. And Armstead will also be playing on natural grass most of his games, better for that knee. That's a great point, Dan B. No longer playing in that dome. That's a really, really good point on that one there. Maybe that allows him to play a couple extra games a year. Big O, just want to let you know, I'm so happy you've educated me on how to be a South Florida fan, but a Dolphins fan especially. Had some extra time this weekend, looked at other shows other than yours and Douglas, and I've been disappointed with the blind-ass fan that are out there. The impatience and unreasonable nature of these other people is now clearer to me than ever before I started watching your show. Thanks for all you do for us South Florida sports fans out there. Well, we are out here for all of the South Florida sports fans all over the world, my brother. And we're not going anywhere, and all we're going to do is grow. Thanks to all of you out there. Remember, please, smash the hell out of the like button. Those are the little simple things that will allow us to grow. Right now, 666 right now. The number of the beast is on the chat board, and we got 367 likes. Come on. Come on, let's add 300 more to that. Yes, Sean. Breaking news. What do we have?
But something I just saw, and I wanted to ask your input on this.
Yes.
It has to do with booth combinations. Thursday Night Football, with the Amazon thing.
Okay.
Al Michaels is now signed on.
Right.
He will join Kirk Herbstreit. So you have Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit calling Thursday Night Football. Good team?
I have to see it because Herbie is a college guy. So I don't know. I got to see what he knows about. I know he knows football, but now you got to tell me about the NFL game and the things that are going on and the storylines that are running over from one year to another, from 1 week to another. So I need to see that part. I'm not convinced that Herbstreit will make the transition I need. He's a college guy. He's been living that life forever. This is not a slam dunk by any stretch that Herb Street will make a satisfactory transition to the NFL. He better if he's working his ass off all week with college, he better find a way to sound natural in the NFL. That's all I'm saying. So I would not say it's a slam dunk. And I like Herb Street. This is no shade on Herb Street whatsoever. This is human nature. It's normal. Okay? He hasn't been doing the NFL. He probably doesn't even follow the NFL. He probably follows it half-ass. So he doesn't really know it. So now he has to sound like he really knows it. Because if not, then you sound like Stephen A. 2 years ago when you're breaking down all kinds of things with players that aren't even on a roster or injured. And you're acting like they're playing every week and playing well. And you sound like a buffoon because you don't really follow it. So that's why I would tell you, pump the brakes on Herb Street and the NFL on Thursday nights. I'm not sure. He better keep it to just what happened on the field, but then he won't be able to intertwine other things and historical things and where this coach was and other situations and things like that. Things that those of us that follow the NFL can do. He will not be able to do that naturally. If you listen to this show, I will weave in the history of the game, the history of positions, the history of things that have happened, and compare it to this era 5 years ago, 30 years ago, and 40 years ago. Do I not do that all the time? Can Herb Street do that? I doubt it. So we will see. We will see how much homework does he do to really sound natural calling NFL. Let's see, what else do we have here? Belief is the greedy owners will dump him. Okay, I don't know what that means. Let's see. You should see the new video put out today, Big O. You will like it. I already put it up, man. It's there. We went over it. Happy anniversary, Big O. Jim from Compton, California. Thank you. Oh, that was the other day for my wedding anniversary. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's see. What else do we have here? RVA from Richmond, as you know, I've been listening for years while I drive. How about those Richmond Spiders? The Richmond Spiders, not just basketball, but football. They somehow or another find ways to produce players in the NFL. Let's see. Barney reaching out on the text line because he wants to be on the YouTube chat board now. Big O, I was listening to your show. I'm a Flyers fan. You pronounce Giroux's last name wrong on your show. It would be great if you guys get Claude Giroux, right? Or Giroux, right? It's Claude Giroux, right? I think it is, right? That's how it is. And we did get him. I guess that was before the weekend when we got him. But thank you all out there, as always, on the Welt and Rayom text line 855-912-1056. I will answer a few more because there's a bunch of them that came over the weekend. I have not gone through all of them. So I will send texts back on the other ones that are there. Great show. Oh, keep up the great work. A lot of people are saying Waddle will fill some of the Debo rule, but I happen to think Edmonds is better built for that scheme. What do you think? It will not be Waddle. It'll be Chase. It'll be what's it called? Cedric Wilson. And damn it, who's the other running back? That they just Mostert. So they're going to use those kind of guys all over. They're going to use multiple guys. Waddle, I think, is going to the outside. I think that's why they brought Cedric in. Cedric looks to me like the perfect slot guy. So I think that's where he's moving to. Okay. Antonio Brown, did you guys see this? He made a pitch to the Cleveland Browns. And listen, I try, once you get to a point, I really don't want to like give you any real time of day or anything like that, because you don't really deserve it, because you're a loser. Kind of like OJ. Like, I don't, OJ has all those stupid videos. And so I never want to show them, I never want to show OJ because it's just, I never want to give him any satisfaction whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why I kind of stay away from the OJ videos. And Antonio Brown's a guy that I don't want to give him any kind of, but in this moment, he's just looking like an idiot. So it's all right for me to make fun of him because he's an effing moron. You know what I mean? So after the Browns ended up signing Deshaun Watson and trading for that crazy contract, that ridiculous contract, Antonio Brown tweets out, Cleveland, Antonio Brown's cab. So he is asking for an opportunity with the Browns, right? A guy that's also been charged or alleged sexual violations too. And so, those two together, huh? AB and Deshaun looking for massages after the game. This loser has done everything to bury his career. This guy was a Hall of Famer. You know that, right? This guy was going to be a Hall of Famer. He's not going to get there now. They're not going to induct his crazy ass into the Hall of Fame, but he easily would have been a Hall of Fame player. This guy couldn't handle anything right. So now he's putting this kind of crap out. Okay? That's what he's putting out. Now, he had another one. He did follow it up. Okay? After he put that one up, he then put up, whole Browns cab, all that kind of good stuff. He then put on this one. He said, take the Browns to the Super Bowl, not toilet bowl. That was his follow-up. Okay? That's his follow-up. Oh. So Antonio Brown wants to now go to the Browns. You want to mess everything up for sure? Go ahead and sign that guy. And then the Bengals, we don't know exactly yet. Have you seen any of the figures yet, Sean, on the La'el Collins deal with the Bengals? Let me see. I don't know if there's anything out there. No, but they are signing the Collins. Let me tell you guys something. I was not on the La'el Collins train. Cincinnati's going to end up paying more than Miami would have. And I think it's going to be a mistake. La'el Collins is a guy that, yes, he has talent, but he's been inconsistent and he's done some stupid things. And let me tell you something. When a person avoids multiple drug tests, that scares me. That tells me there's a problem and you're hiding it and you're doing whatever it takes to hide. And you get that suspension because you're dodging, drug tests. And he also had a hip injury a couple of years ago where he missed, I think, almost the entire season. So there's stuff there going on with La'el Collins. I would be very concerned about that. if I'm going to give free agent money to somebody, I got to give it to somebody that at least I don't expect them to. Listen, it can happen to anybody. You could sign Teron Armstead and who knows, out of the blue, he ends up having a domestic issue that you never expected, all those kind of things. Like X has no history off the field or anything, and then he had the domestic issue. And so now you've got that gray area that you always have to worry about. And with La'el Collins, that was my concern. That a guy that skips drug tests, that's not the kind of guy that I want to count on. Not sure I want to do that. This is the guy that, even though Armstead does not stay healthy, but when we talk about character, when we talk about professionalism, when we talk about a hell of a player, that's Teron Armstead. So, and great point. I forgot which one of you said the grass thing. I forgot about that. He's like Jennifer Capriati. He gets to play on grass. That one doesn't go anymore, right? Because we have a ton of people that have no idea who Jennifer Capriati is and why I would refer grass and Jennifer Capriati. Coral Gables Hotel. Anyway, so, just one of those references, just you gotta have references that are a little bit more general for even younger folks out there. The Bengals gave former Cowboy La'el Collins 3-year, $30 million deal. In reality, more of a 2-year, $20 million deal worth $22 million. That's actually not a bad deal. I thought they would make the mistake of giving him even more than that. So the knuckleheaded stuff, that's amazing. So that tells me that he did not have any good offers on the table, like great offers. That's not too bad. That's not a bad gamble, considering you have a great young quarterback, because that kid, Joe Burrow, is the shit. I mean, he is a stud. By the way, I love that new board you put up right there right now, Sean. That new one you created, that one looks really, really nice. I like that.
Working on a few more also. A couple things to keep an eye on as the day goes. Ian Rappaport.
Yes.
Reporting the Matt Ryan will probably end up as a Colt. It is more likely he goes to the Colts than stays with the Falcons, which will then allow the domino of Baker Mayfield to drop, because everybody's waiting, I think, on the Matt Ryan thing right now. So by the end of the day, Matt Ryan and Baker Mayfield can have new homes.
Okay. And where's Baker? Where's he going?
That has not been ironed out yet. Okay. But they're saying everybody's kind of on hold till Matt Ryan situation is cleared. When he finds out if he's staying in Atlanta or going to Indy, then the Baker Mayfield domino will fall.
Well, Baker's not going to go to New Orleans. I think they're going to go get Jameis Winston again. And because that's once the Deshaun thing fell through, I think the talk is they were going to go to Winston after, and they should. He played, I know it's Sean Payton and he's not there now, but dude, Winston was playing well under Sean Payton. I was like, rooting for the kid, like, oh man, he might have figured it out with Payton, and like it's 17-3 or something like that, the touchdown to interception ratio or something last year before he got injured. He played really well under Sean Payton. Where would he go?
I would love to see him in Atlanta just for commercial purposes.
Oh, I see. Because Ryan's gone. So then, oh God, yeah. But
I'm saying just for commercials. The commercials of him around Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Oh, yeah, that's phenomenal.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. They would be good. Yeah. I kind of root for Baker just for the commercials.
Yeah, you got to.
Yeah.
He'll be able to eat at the Chick-fil-A.
I was never really a Baker believer coming out of college, but damn, the commercials. I do like the commercials. I'd like to see him, keep it just for the commercial purposes. And by the way, congratulations to Katie Meyer and the Lady Canes. I know they ended up 21-13 and lost to South Carolina, the number 1 seed. And one of the girls there, she was talking about how, we kind of lost our cool and we were screaming at each other, but then we got focused and all that. And they South Carolina was just too much. And then the men, great job by the men kicking Auburn's ass, 79-61. The 10 seed knocking out the 2 seed. So now we take on Keith Sims, Iowa State Cyclones. I sent Keith Sims a text last night. I told him his Cyclones are going down. Okay? And by the way, how fortunate Miami is. The Cyclones are the 11th seed. Miami's the 10th seed. So you're not facing a really high seed to get to the Elite Eight. That's pretty cool. You play the kind of defense and that relentless approach that you had on Sunday night, you're going to be in a lot of these games. I mean, you're going to win them. Okay? D-Hat says, Barney O for the Big O show. He's good entertainment. Maybe for you. Obviously, D-Hat, you're not entertained very easily. If misinformation and useless rhetoric is entertaining for you, well then yeah, I guess you're entertained easily. We need to sign whoever is blocking Barney. Yeah, no, I'll fail Tua, man. I want Tua to succeed. Okay? So you're not going to put me in front of Tua, all right? I'm here to help Tua win. I'm here to help the Dolphins win. Okay? I'm not here to get in the way of the Dolphins winning. I'm not here to get in the way of the Canes winning. Okay? So don't put me to block anything. I have all my eligibility available, and I'm not blocking for anybody on the Canes. And no, I can block Barney. Okay? That's easy. But no. I'm not the guy that's going to get Tua hurt, okay? I want to have Tua on my show after the Super Bowl, and he can talk about winning the Super Bowl. That's what I want. Okay? That's how I picture things. Not me blocking for Tua and getting him killed. That I don't want to do. Baker Mayfield commercials in the Magic City Strip Club in Atlanta. There you go. That's it. Or he could be in that strip club. I don't know which is the one where, what's the name of the basketball player? Lou Williams gets his wings. I forgot. One of you is going to have to Google the club or something. I looked at the live chat again one more time, 666. That's hit the number a couple times, the number of the beast. I mentioned it before. By the way, please smash the like. See, it's a 666. See, 666. That's a sign that you got to smash the like button. Because the like button is a 6. So there's 666. So let's go. Let's see if you guys can nail it and nail the thumbs at 666 also. Now it's 670. But let's see if you guys can hit the thumbs up, and let's see if we can nail 666 here right before we get off the air. How about that? Let's try to do that. If you guys do that, that's pretty good. If you can hit 666, then we all have to hit the lottery and play 666. Come on, there's 415 now. Hit it. Let's go. I want to see if we can get to 666 before we get out. That would be cool. An update, any update on Bobby Wagner? I have not seen anything. Nobody has signed Bobby Wagner. Remember, Bobby Wagner, that's an older player, man. He's got a lot of tread on those tires. And you're getting that guy, maybe you're getting him for a year. Okay? So, says you're at, we're at 425 in likes, or not 696. What is it? What'd you have it there? 619 or whatever. Let's see. He's an all-pro corner, fits the narrative. I don't know what that means. What else do we have here to talk about? Oh, and let me tell you something. Congratulations to Vinny Viola and Doug Sifu. We talk all the time about great owners, okay? And we have one in the Arison family, obviously, and what they've done with the Miami Heat. And look, Stephen Ross is great in the sense that he will spend. He has to figure out the winning part and get that done and start getting into more playoffs, and who knows, maybe win a Super Bowl would be nice. And I get it, but he is a great owner because he will spend. But Vinny Viola and Doug Sifu have established a culture, have paid for players to be here for long-term contracts, and we're talking about players from their young days. We have seen Barkov, Huberdeau, and Ekblad grow up from tykes, okay, from kiddies when they came into this team. So there's a generation of fans that are growing up with some great young hockey players that are becoming just absolute studs. The commitment that they have made to this community, to all the projects that they're doing over at War Memorial and everything, and building the ice rink and the practice rink and all that stuff, and the improvements to that arena, and the fact that, they went and got Bill Zito when things weren't going well with Dale Talon, a guy that they inherited, and a great general manager in his own right, but they had to make a change, and they were willing to make it. And they haven't stopped. And last year we saw Tampa Bay, their ownership group, had a big injury, and they were able to take advantage of a rule that the Panthers are now taking advantage of, that they're willing to spend even more money in order to win. And the deadline is in 90 minutes, and who knows, the Panthers could acquire one more person since they have $3.7 million left still under the cap, and then they'll get Ekblad back. But the cap goes away in the postseason, so you can bring Ekblad back and no penalties. But it shows you the commitment, how they're willing to spend, how they're willing to buy great players, trade for great players, sign their own players, sign a great GM if they have to, build a practice rink, entrench themselves in the community. Kudos, okay, to Vinny Viola and to Doug Sifu. They are doing what Mickey Arison did over 25 years ago when he took over the team, and his first move was the greatest move. Just like Robbie, when he made the move for Shula, it changed everything. Same thing here. The move for Riley changed it all. Vinny Viola and Doug Sifu inherited a situation and then had to adjust along the way. But along the way has always been, how do we get better, and what do we have to do to get better? And if it has to do with spending, that's not a problem. So when I'm watching the Panthers, and they're off, unfortunately, till Thursday when they take on the Canadians, and unfortunately, Ekblad will not be on the ice, but Robert Hagg, who was just acquired from Buffalo, and Ben Sherratt, who was also acquired, and Claude Giroux was also acquired from Philadelphia, they will make up for Ekblad's loss. And when Ekblad comes back, they will be monsters. And they're already monsters. And to have, the greatest offense in the league right now, which is what the Panthers are, and to shore up the defense the way they have, we cannot say enough about the Florida Panthers ownership group. That entire organization from top to bottom, class acts. The players are playing out of their mind. The coach, Burnett, has done an awesome job. And Bill Zito has a pulse on a team like I've never felt before, outside of Dave Dombrowski in 97. Haven't seen it since Dave Dombrowski. Everything this guy does is gold. It's impressive what the Panthers have done. Get your asses on the bandwagon. They are the best team in town. They actually have the best chance to win a championship out of all teams in town. Get on the bandwagon. This isn't a one-year wonder. This is a team and an ownership group that is going to continue to kick ass for years to come. Way to go, Panthers. Way to go, Panthers. Let me see. What else do we have here? Check one more thing. Boy, these webcam people, boy, they are all over. I don't know how many times Sean and I have been blocking these webcam people. Holy moly. Damn. I told them I didn't want to be part of it, but somehow or another they're trying to recruit me. It's probably what it is. I'm convinced Antonio Brown's issue is cocaine. I should know, LOL. It's a classic. In the stratosphere, zooted, bulletproof, lifestyle, and it's easy to avoid detection in the NFL. I think Miami should trade for Saquon Barkley, rescue his career from behind the awful Giants line, and make our backfield elite. What has he shown you that he's elite anymore? I don't know. I would not. I mean, if I wouldn't trade for Barkley only because I have to pick up his salary. I'm telling you, like, I wouldn't trade a 7th rounder because I have to pick up his salary. I would wait for them to release him. Then I would sign him if I can. I wouldn't trade for Barkley. No. He just I'm no. No, I don't think that's the answer, man. JP says Brunette has really kept in check. Coach Q and that mess with Chicago could have caused commotion, but this team is built to keep rolling. Yeah. Martina says, just watched a video of Tua throwing on the run. Oh, baby, does he look fit and ready for the NFL? Year 3, look out. Tua's going to ball out this year. I'm with you, Martina. 6193 says, woe to you of earth and sea, for the devil sends the beast with wrath, because he knows the time is short. Let him who have understanding reckon the number of the beast, for it is a human number. Its number is 666. I lived alone. My mind was blank. I needed time to think, to get the memories from my mind. What did I see? Could I believe that what I saw that night was real and not just fantasy? Just what I saw in my own dreams. That's all right. Yes, we know the words. Bill Zito is the difference. He may be the best GM in the NHL. He better be the executive of the year. I don't know what the hell that trophy is called and all that, because, you know, they have all the names, and I don't know all the names for all the trophies in hockey, but whatever the name of that trophy is or award for the best executive of the year, Bill Zito's got to get it. Like, hands down, Bill Zito. Period. End of story. Big O singing, stick to your day job. I never said I was going to sing. I never said I was taking over for Iron Maiden, brother. Big O, what happened to Inter Miami? They still suck. I mean, they're young. Maybe you'll see a little. You know what's going to happen with Inter, right? This is what's going to happen. It's going to be a terrible year. They're really young. They don't have finishers. Higuain is one of the all-time bust signings in the history of pro sports, period. Pro sports. In South Florida, he is one of the worst signings ever. So they just don't have any finishers. I don't know if the coach is any good. Here's what I'll tell you about Inter Miami. Are you all ready for this? Are you all ready for the analogy of all analogies? David Beckham, meet Michael Jordan. Because you both suck as executives. So after everything that we talked about and poor David Beckham fighting for his life, trying to bring a team to our town, and we love you for it and all of that, but you know what's developing is that David Beckham should not be running a football team. Now, you want to own it, go ahead. Go find somebody else. Let Chris Henderson run the team and make sure that, maybe David Beckham and Jorge Mas are nowhere to be found. Maybe the two owners need to leave the personnel people to doing personnel. That's what I'm going to tell you. David Beckham brought the Frenchman over as one of his what's it called? What's the name of the delegation when you the international players? Well, DP. I mean, seriously. That's David Beckham's move. And then this coach is his move also. Was Higuain also his move? David Beckham, Michael Jordan. You guys were good in your own sports as athletes. As executives, get the hell out of here, bro. You suck. You're terrible. That's what's developing for David Beckham in year 3. We're finding out he can't run a football team, dude. He shouldn't be running a football team. That's what's going on, dude. You cheated. You had 5 DPs when you were only supposed to have 3. And my God, you suck with 5 DPs? You couldn't even get 1 good DP? Think about that. This franchise signed 5 DPs. Not one of them was any good. All their DPs have been a disaster. How the hell do you win like that? And then you have the number 1 and number 3 or 4 pick in the draft, and you allowed the best player to fall to Orlando at 5. Not only did you miss him at 1, you missed him at 3. And Orlando ends up getting him at 5. The amount of stupidity that has been involved in the personnel department for Inter Miami is large and in charge. I mean, it's really an incredibly, and on the football side, an incredibly dumb front office. That's what's gone on with Inter Miami. It's been terrible management. And that's why they've been a joke for 3 years. I like Jorge Mas personally. He's a good person. He means well. He wants to do well. But he doesn't know soccer. He's learning it, but he doesn't know soccer. And he shouldn't. It's not his business. But David Beckham, that's his business. That's what he's lived. So David Beckham and Michael Jordan have a lot in common. They are both incompetent owners. Think about where David Beckham wanted to put the soccer team in the first place, in that Overtown spot that had no parking. And then look at his decisions that he's made. What can I tell you, man? I mean, if we're going to be honest now, right, which is what you get here on this show, we don't pull punches, we don't dance around the bullshit. We tell you exactly what's going on. David Beckham and Michael Jordan are the same dudes. Same dudes. Great players that have zero business running a sports team. John Elway couldn't find a quarterback if his life depended on it. Michael Jordan can't build a really good basketball team if his life depended on it. And David Beckham can't even build a winner in the MLS. David Beckham played in the best leagues in the world. He can't make the playoffs in the MLS. He can't find a good coach. He can't find good DPs. We fill our heads with crap. Messi and all these guys, Cavani, and we start talking about all this crap, and you end up with Pizarro and Matuidi and an over-the-hill Higuain. And then the other two DPs, I mean, give me a break. So you've cheated. You've been fined. You can't hire a coach. You can't get good DPs to come here. You've got money issues now. Not that Mas has money issues. He's got plenty of money. But you have salary cap issues because of the fines. You have limitations. It's a bad team. The best thing that'll come from this season, if you can find a young guy or two or three that you can build on for the future. But outside of that, it's hard to be hopeful when David Beckham doesn't know what the hell he's doing. Yes, sir.
All right, it is Ian Rappaport trade. The Falcons are in agreement on a trade of QB Matt Ryan to the Colts. Per Mike Garafolo, Tampa Saromi, Atlanta gets a third-round pick back. This fallout from Deshaun Watson situation with Ryan starting over in Indy. Ryan gets a contract adjustment with more guaranteed money.
Okay. All right. That's good. It's good for Frank Reich, man. He gets a running. He has a guy that can pass the ball, and Ryan has a running game and an offensive line since he can't move. So it's actually not bad. It's actually not bad for them. Yeah. So that allows them to move on. What else do we have here? Gonzalo Higuain is one of the greatest chokers in recent soccer history. Dude, it's not so much that he's just cooked. He's done. It's a joke. You know, it's an absolute joke is what it is. Nothing more, nothing less. That's all. Yes, sir.
Well, no, I just had a question for you. If you're Atlanta's offensive coordinator right now, your quarterback room is Josh Rosen and Felipe Franks. That's who the Falcons have right now as quarterbacks.
Oh, they're going young now. They're going to draft somebody. Huh?
You resigning?
They could go Jameis Winston. They could go, I doubt they're going to trade for Baker. I don't know who's going to trade for Baker now, bro. I don't know. Let's think about this, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? I had a little bit of a conversation. I think it was with Marcel or somebody else. I forgot which one of the guys it was today. But let's think about what's going on with Baker Mayfield now and the position he's put himself in. Let's go over history. Okay? You watch a Tua handled everything the last 2 years with the whole Watson mess with class. Never lost his cool. Never did anything. Marched on. He said, hey, man, I'm going to control what I can control. He was a man. Matt Ryan has given you an entire career to the Falcons, bro. He's the greatest quarterback in Falcons history. And you're telling him that we need to get rid of you because we're trying to trade for a younger guy. You know how he answered? No problem, guys. I understand the business. I get it. Yes, I'll work with you. I'll push back my bonus. That bonus was due last week. The bonus was due today at 3:00. He pushed it back to today, so now they could find a trade partner for him by today, and they did. So watch how Matt Ryan handled after he's giving everything to the Falcons. Okay? Tua just got here. Hasn't done a lot. So he's not there to demand much. And he didn't say anything. Said, hey, man, listen, I'm only going to work what I can do, control what I can control, do my thing. Never got flustered by it. You can tell it bothered him, obviously, which it should. But he didn't take it out on anybody. He didn't say anything to the franchise, nothing. Here's Baker Mayfield. The rumor gets out that the Browns want to do it, and he puts out a goodbye letter already. This is the guy that then had Duke Johnson, who was looking for a new contract. He then trashed Duke Johnson like you're either on the train or you're off, and he got into somebody else's business. This is the same guy that's grabbing his nuts on the sidelines in a college football game with the opponent. It's the same guy that's bearing a flag in the opponent's logo in the middle of the field. This is the guy that's drunk getting tackled by a cop. Okay? This is the guy that's got a girlfriend that is constantly running her mouth. So now you tell me. So you're a football team. So who do I want to acquire? Do I want to acquire Matt Ryan? Do I want to acquire Tua? Or do I want to acquire Baker Mayfield? So who's going to handle things? Because let me tell you something. What Baker went through, there's an older secretary that's going through that right now. Yeah. There's an older cop that they want to send him to, or her to a desk and put somebody else on the street. There's an older model that they don't want her or him on the runway because they want a younger one. That's life. We all get replaced at one point or another. Maybe just, maybe unjust. Doesn't matter. But we all have to deal with the adversity. Lots of us, you have a contract and they allow you to go into the final year of your contract. You already know what the end result is. You're not getting a new deal. If they respected you, they would have signed you before that final deal, pretty much. That's what they do. That's life. And lots of you have been in that position, or you might have been the person replacing that person, whatever it is. You never know. Everyone's time comes at one point or another for whatever reason. You pissed them off. You're too old. You're not good enough anymore. You don't produce the same, whatever excuse it is. In their eyes, they don't like you, whatever. So what Baker Mayfield had to live through, lots of people have to live through. Somewhere there's a school system somewhere where they want to push an older teacher that's, on the twilight, and they want to push him or her out to get a younger teacher in to lower the budget also, because you're going to pay her less than the current teacher you're pushing out. All of these things exist in all walks of life. Baker Mayfield is not special. What he is an asshole at times. That's what he is. So the way you've played, you have to figure your job is not secure. You have the greatest running game in the NFL the last 2 years, and you don't win enough. You have a great offensive line, and you don't win enough. You have enough weapons, and you don't win enough. You have a decent defense, and you don't win enough. Baker, they've given you everything you needed, and you didn't get it done. That's how it goes, man. That's life. That's life. All walks of life. I don't care if you're training dolphins. And at one point or another, you might get to a point that they feel you don't move the same, you don't train in the same, let me get somebody younger. And they're pushing your ass out. I don't give a shit what it is. Happens to all of us at one point or another. If it doesn't, you're lucky, but it can happen to most people. Thomas, oh, yes, sir.
Marcus Mariota is the name that's being associated with the Falcons due to his relationship with Arthur Smith.
Okay. Right. I get it. Yeah, they're going to try to run. I got it. Okay. That makes sense. You figure somebody would give Mariota another chance. Often injured and very inaccurate, Marcus Mariota. Never been a Mariota guy. Man, imagine how the Titans feeling right now signing Tannehill to that huge contract. What a kick in the ass. Yeah, it's limited them. They can't even get rid of the guy till next year. But, hey, man, you got to love how Tannehill has been able to rig this thing for his life, man. He has made a lot of money, man, being just an average quarterback at best. John Fernandez says, how you treat people on the way up is how you will be treated on the way down. Very good. Topher said, Teddy on his row with the Dolphins. Honestly, man, that's a conversation I'd rather keep in-house. It's a unique opportunity for me, for this organization. I'm happy to be a part of that this season. Yep. 460 Big O have hit the like button. Not bad. I was hoping for the 666 there. I was hoping you guys would make it happen. But what can I tell you? All right, we got to wrap it up here on the show. We thank all of you out there. Hit the like button before you get out. We thank Ira Winderman, Alan Poupart, Joe Shad, and Marcel Louis-Jacques. Of course, Sean Stanley, the man that drives this program and masters it every single day. We will see you all tomorrow. Same time, same place, same bat channel. Have a good one.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show.